Of previous Nana Bawumia administration to stock fuel for power distribution, the newly sworn-in NDC government is likely to face challenges in the coming days, experts have advised. Also, the countdown of the John Mahama administration begins, and Ghanaians have expressed confidence in the first ever female vice president, Professor J. Nana Opoku Ajiman, to deliver. Also in the headlines, the bust of the Iyoko executive director, Mami Ya Tiwa Dudankwam, vandalized in broad daylight. And we have these and more stories coming up shortly. Do stay for the details. Welcome back to the program. The news is streaming live on YouTube, ABC News Ghana. Let's begin with the first story. The Member of Parliament for Yape Kushegu constituency, John Abdullahi Jinapor, has revealed that Ghana has only 5 hours worth of fuel stock for the generation of power. The NDC MP and energy expert in an interview with Joy News warned that the country faces a serious energy crisis, quoting, "I have bad news for you. As of today, the confirmation we are receiving is that we only have 5 hours worth of fuel left," unquote. Now, he also opined that the outgoing Nana Dudankwa Ago government failed to purchase fuel despite repeated concerns and calls from the NDC transition team. John Jinapor further added that the country's current fuel supply for power generation will not last more than 2 days.
Just today, the confirmation we are getting is that we have only 5 hours of fuel stock. If you look at heavy fuel oil and distillate fuel, we don't have up to 2 days. And so in 2 days' time, we are likely to run out of fuel. This administration has not ordered any fuel as we speak. And it takes on average 4 weeks for the fuel to arrive and 4 weeks for the fuel to be treated. And so we are in a very serious situation. At the transition, we brought this up. The outgoing administration assured us that they had procured some parcels of fuel. Today, right after President Mahama assumed office, and I served on the transition, my checks indicate that we do not have fuel that can cater for even 2 days. So clearly we have a major problem. And this is an incoming administration. Even if you order the fuel, like I'm telling you, it will take about 8 weeks.
Well, still on this matter, the Institute for Energy Security, IES, has issued a dire warning about an impending power crisis, commonly referred to as doomsday, urging the Mahama administration to take immediate action. This follows concerns raised by John Abdullahi Jinapor, Member of Parliament for Yape Kushegu, who cited a severe fuel shortage as root cause of the looming crisis. Speaking after the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama in Accra on Tuesday, January 7, 2024, Mr. Jinapor revealed that Ghana's current fuel stock is critically low, with only 5 hours of fuel supply remaining. He criticized the outgoing administration for failing to secure sufficient fuel by leaving the incoming administration in a vulnerable position. Backing these claims, Nana Amwesi, the 7th Executive Director of the Institute for Energy Security, IES, highlighted the fragile state of Ghana's power sector during an interview. He also attributed the crisis to systemic inefficiency and poor planning, stressing the urgent need for reforms to prevent prolonged power outages. Away from that, the monument of the Executive Director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, Iyoko COP Mami Ya Tiwa Dudankwa, has reportedly been destroyed. The bust, unveiled in October 2024, has been at the center of public debate. It was commissioned by Iyoko staff to celebrate the Executive Director with the surrounding space named Obatam Patiwa Gardens. In her honor, now reports say that the incident unraveled close to midday when unknown individuals forced their way into Iyoko's premises and damaged the statue. Security officers who were present at the time could not do much to prevent the act of vandalism, per the report. You're still watching ABC Headlines. Let's do some more stories. Tensions erupted in a town within the Okankwe Central constituency as residents took to streets to protest the victory of Patrick Yabuama, the new Patriotic Party parliamentary candidate in the 2024 parliamentary election. The demonstrators captured in a viral video burned car tires along the Obeka stretch and demanding justice for Babat Sadiq Abdullah, the National Democratic Congress candidate. Protesters claim that Mr. Sadiq initially reported as the winner was unfairly denied victory, and following a recollation exercise, the protest followed as the court ordered a recollation of results where the Electoral Commission declared Patrick Yabuama the winner with 21,099 votes, while Babat Sadiq secured 19,368 votes. Away from that, let's do some historic celebration, and Professor J. Nano Pokuwa has officially assumed the role of Vice President of Ghana following her swearing in on January 7, 2025. The ceremony took place at the iconic Independence Square in Accra, where Chief of Staff, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, administered the oath of office. Professor J. Nano Pokuwa, who served as the running mate to President-elect, now President John Dramani Mahama, has made history as Ghana's first female Vice President. Her swearing in marks a significant moment in Ghana's political landscape as Professor Jane Opoku Nana Jiman's extensive experience in education and governance position her to bearing fresh perspective to national policies.
That I will be faithful
and true
to the Republic of Ghana,
that I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Live pure.
Well, President John Dramani Mahama has stated that the rise of Professor J. Nano Pokuwa to the office of the Vice President is not for her personal triumph, but a journey that reflects Ghana's resolve to achieve gender equality. According to him, Professor J. Nano Pokuwa, together with him, will address key barriers to gender equality.
With the inauguration of Ghana's first female Vice President, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women. regardless of their background. Together, we'll galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream.
Meanwhile, some Ghanaians have expressed optimism and confidence in the leadership of Vice President and John Dramani Mahama, as well as Professor J. Nano Pokuwa-Agyeman, to deliver on the mandate as the first Vice President of the country.
Well, it's wonderful to have a woman as the Vice President. I think that is long overdue. Women do have to take their place at the table, and I'm happy that, yes, we have a place at the table. The Vice President is going to be an inspiration to a lot of younger women to be able to achieve their goals and aspire to get to the highest in everything and in every facet of life, any work that they find themselves. I think that will spur them on to push to be the best and to get to the highest.
This president is definitely an inspiration. What can I say? I can't wait for her to be president.
Enti nyamiase enti amanyina ye maame na aba no obi amfana ni ntu no so na obaye niema kese ama na bu obi adwene ne nte ase so
me osunyan na manage manwawa se ene yenya oba Vice President maame na Opoku-Agyeman oba behwe so waka bebre say or the Women Development Bank bebre man enti ye ni da no so se maame wonim ye yam kwam na de wo bai obeboa ye na mma no so obi ansa timi akona no ne atimi aye adwuma e dia support mema no na mema no omubotom so ayedan edru tia oba me ye feminist. I support ladies everywhere me yeti enkuo for helping the women and children into oba betena se ne de ye nyina ye de ni ato na so any support enye se no nkwa ti akonya no so no nkwa na beye no nipa na ye yinu so betena so ye se ye mboa no ye mfa ye ho din na obi bia ntai na chi no ntimi hwe ye ontimi hwe ne manoma ye gu Ghana de bia ye sunu
ma me se oba beboa ye ma no etu sumana kese pa no oba beboa ye nti ye ma ni na ye mfa ye ni ene e bibia nto ma me no so no meboa ye eno pe ene ye pe
Vice President ayo oba no ebeboa ye ma papa ebi se e ma bebre ya ye bu ya bemu ba mami ye be hwe mami wesu na ye nyina ya mia ye ni akase ye betimi aye eye ma ni ye ade na ye si me ma no omo be twi ya asan ba mami we senya mami we abaye oba.
Let's to maintain focus on this inauguration service that was held yesterday, and some members of parliament from the majority side have assured Ghanaians that the newly sworn-in president of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, will deliver on his mandate as the seat president of the Fourth Republic. John Dramani Mahama and Professor J. Nano Pokuwa-Agyeman made history yesterday by having been sworn in as president and vice president of the country. Speaking to ABC News Ghana after the inaugural ceremony, MP for Bandam and Deputy Majority Chief Whip Ahmed Ibrahim and MP for Boko Central Mahama Ayariga reiterated their confidence in John Mahama to deliver on his promise of resetting the country. According to them, the resounding visit of several dignitaries to witness the inauguration of the president shows that government has the support of the world and will certainly deliver on his promise.
And beyond that, he's reunited the entire continent of Africa. So you can see that a number of dignitaries from almost all the blocks have converged here. And that in itself has given me a sign of hope that there's hope for the future. A sign of relief in the entire continent of Africa. If you look at the number of dignitaries who came, the entire ECOWAS, both the Burkina, Niger, and all those, Benin and all those ECOWAS, both the
Meanwhile, some Ghanaians have expressed delight and confidence in President John Dramani Mahama following his return to the high office as president of the country. His second inauguration witnessed large crowd of NDC supporters and Ghanaians trooping to the Black Star Square to celebrate the momentous win with him. Speaking to ABC News Ghana, some of the supporters reiterated their confidence in Mr. Mahama to deliver on his mandate and reset the country as promised.
Higher Independence Square. And now you can see my pa, Yawaha, Yabe encourage your papa. I didn't even see a dear so. Now Yawa, so you are Tonton Yamakaka, a coy pa, a month for a patronizing Yamanepa, especially near Bomi. A cause wawada.
Yeah, your family Bernard, I'm Mr. Bekum Western about you John Mahama, and say, me feel vibe, no, we read the course of her. It's about 20 December 7, I reflected a chance and I got for a year change. But course, I mean, it's a sign of sober. We share a niche and a house of power, a beyond imagination. And it's here the can say, the area will be on the niche air career from Domani Mahamachi. Now, the new power or Sas, Mirabino, while the Trosso, no, this argument, you know, I'm a knife of fair. Now you are congratulating Stuttgart. Also, I know I am empty. I have to about man Broken West. I also have a boy to man. So, every amount Broken West. Now, Pinto Biana, I was about Broken West. And yes, so yes, I can't be a Broken West. And again, I mean,
yes, essential region, man, Kissim. Yet I have Papa Dr. Ebenezer Prince Kojo Ain H. Yako Poyan Adam, Ibrahim Benijan Yazabahade, and this fire for my Kissim Yabahade. They have a pine Pusujima or name Dopper or the Oyama Kissim Mino. Why Yama Kissim Suya Kabashe, Yamakatan Suasi and what or by Yakim they have a pa or by Yana and Bium. Usually an Ejuma, I say Nara, or you don't Obama and Ejuma Pamaya, and my house with that CVIA, Azu, Femme Emilia, me a woman organizer, Brekun West, Police for Tatai. Yes, servant Tata and Yenny Abre, because some Puntu Abba half for say, John Sabako. On it, Maba say Abba, so near Deckham, not the Achie. Near Sessia Media Papa Tula, on Nanyan Brekun West. Yawa Benedium Yawati, Tim Yateso, Ntia Serano, yes, we had an aquaso. Fear night be a coach and fear now, fear neither. Yen Yaba Panis were doing or the Abba. Ntia Basana Twamani Bio. Ntuamra yes, omra ye mpasua so ye hiam puntuo so abam ye beta na chimbiri bia
na no abarka no bang idagban karama na no kusba na lafi tanya sore in wa nation no bembele shere tun kunya sore in ma de nation no am the one chief of Suela na so ka tande independent kuma ku wara head to ku je me forever ever.
Away from the historic celebration, Member of Parliament for the Dododo constituency, Alfred Nikote Ashi, has assured victims of the recently ravaged fire Kantematu markets that the NDC government will work to address perennial fire outbreak in the markets that have caused yearly losses to the traders. He made this assurance when he paid a visit to the markets following a devastating, fire outbreak on January 2, 2024. And speaking to the affected market women, the NP assured them of his utmost support in these hard times, stressing that the new government will help them re-establish their businesses. Andy Opondenji has more in this report.
5 days after the fire outbreak at Kantamanto, businesses in the area are still grappling with the results of the inferno. However, the affected traders are beginning to see glimpses of some benevolent donors have started donating funds in support of the reconstruction of the market. Presidential candidate in the 2024 election, Nana Bediakon, Ghanaian female musician Wendy Shee, and a few others have donated some amount of money to support these market women. Joining the list of donors is the Member of Parliament for the Ododio constituency, Alfred Nikote Ashi, who made a donation of 10,000 Ghana cedi in support of the reconstruction of the market. Addressing market women after the donation, the newly elected MP promised to do his best to alleviate the plight of the affected traders.
Intimidate, mention Mochi. Na Monso, Mutumina Munaiso, Edimo, Abe ye, Abe Shiamu Penny Fono, Naya Tanasi, Naya Shopaya, Paya, Yebefaso, in Puntua, there was an Embahano, and I said, Mojuma Moyano, Namutumi Yanamusan Yadi.
Women organizer for the National Democratic Congress, Hannah Louisa Bisu, who joined the donation, assured the market women that the NDC's manifesto promise of a women's bank, when implemented, cushion traders in situations like this. The market women, while receiving the donation, called on other benevolent to come to their aid.
It's a year, almost 11 years in it, and at the same thing, at 2 years with Jomu has said, Sika Ashi was a Sisu and a Yesika Kitua. About a good Jomuha, Emperor Womo free a fear, ever Fabia con any padron and a goose as a Sisua. It's your best man for. Say, a moment, boy, a woman, I don't. Not said Yanama Ashi, Yesika Ashi, and said, yeah, we are. If you did the Yamanumpo, and the other channel, and cry, yes, some Pata will feel some to send a gun in your Papa, you better Pata will feel some. Then the other Macra and Uncle, and it is a Yamo single parents. Me share in Kola for investing now. Me turns my dear, and your main national, and your pin back. If you come on the Baba, Obia will do, Obia Ghana card, almost individual. Back, group, near Mamma, first can be a mess open, maybe I so what can I say? That is Yamwa. I find my boy, you say I am a boy. And one about.
And that's all for this morning on ABC Headlines. For more news, do well to log on to our website, www.abcnewsghana.com as well. You can visit our YouTube platform just in case you missed the news. For more news again, visit our website. My name is Eric Chinibwa-Midom. ABC in the Morning continues shortly after this break. Do stay.
Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a superior coverage, a radiant glow, and a durable stain-resistant finish, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint transforms spaces effortlessly. Designed for beauty and longevity, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint saves time with fewer coats, whilst delivering vibrant and easy-to-clean surface that stays flawless even in the busiest areas or under harsh weather conditions. With Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, every coat is a promise of quality and excellence. Elevate your walls and inspire your spaces with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint. Tabby Paint, the choice for your amazing spaces. Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a superior coverage, a radiant glow, and a durable stain-resistant finish, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint transforms spaces effortlessly. Designed for beauty and longevity, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint saves time with fewer coats, whilst delivering vibrant and easy-to-clean surface that stays flawless even in the busiest areas or under harsh weather conditions. With Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, every coat is a promise of quality and excellence. Elevate your walls and inspire your spaces with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint. Tabby Paint, the choice for your amazing spaces.
to you. You're welcome to ABC in the Morning live on ABC News GH. We're streaming on our YouTube. The channel is ABC News GH. Interact with us via socials at ABC News GH _ and our website is www.abcnewsgh.com. I am Abunamante. Today is the 8th day of January in the year of our Lord 2025. A very beautiful Wednesday morning, and we are glad you're joining us here on ABC News GH. This morning, our conversations are going to be very, very interesting, and they are conversations you do not want to miss out on at all. Yesterday, something momentous happened, swearing in of the president and the vice president. We have, for the first time in this country, the first female vice president. A first of many things to come, I believe that so strongly. So it is a beautiful day where we'll be delving into conversations, especially about yesterday, so that we can unpack all that happened. So you want to stick and stay here with us on ABC in the morning, because we'll bring you everything you need to know. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll start with our front story. Welcome back. Still watching ABC in the morning live on ABC News GH. On our front story today, indeed, we are delving into the history that has been made. Ghana has its first ever female vice president. And yesterday, in a historic moment, thousands of people, well-wishers, observers, Ghanaians, dignitaries, persons from the diplomatic community and all graced the Black Star Square to witness the official swearing-in ceremony of Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. The highlight of the event was the swearing-in of Ghana's first female president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman, where the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokono, administered the oath of office. Speaking at the ceremony, President John Dramani Mahama highlighted that her historic appointment as Vice President has turned a significant page in Ghana's history, and her ascension symbolizes a collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. Taking the oath of office, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman vowed to uphold the Constitution and work diligently to advance the nation's development agenda. We'll take a profile of Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman for those of us who do not know anything about her. Go through her profile and see who this woman is and where she has risen to. She was born on November 22, 1951 in Commander in the Central Region of Ghana. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is a distinguished academic and public servant whose career spans decades. For her, for most of the things she has achieved, you would realize that she has always been the first in a certain field. This is one of the things that really defines who she is. Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman was the Chancellor of the Women's University in Africa from 2018 to 2024, and the first woman to hold the position of Vice Chancellor in Ghana, leading the University of Cape Coast from 2008 to 2012. She also served at the same university as the head of the Department of English, the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, the Dean of the Board of Graduate Studies, and founding Dean of the School of Graduate Studies and Research. She is the immediate past president of the Forum for African Women Educationalists and chairperson of the Africa Board, and served as Ghana's Minister for Education from 2013 to 2017. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman has been a Fulbright Scholar twice and holds a BA Honours in French and English and a diploma in education from the University of Cape Coast. She also holds a diploma in advanced studies in French from the University of Dakar and an MA and PhD in literature from York University of Toronto in Canada. She's a recipient of national and international awards. Notably among these awards are the Officer of the Order of Volta for Academic Distinction, Ghana Women of Excellence Awards Education category, and Doctor of Letters, University of Cape Coast, Honoris Causa. Doctor of Humane Letters, Grand Valley State University, Michigan in the USA. Doctor of Humane Letters, Winston-Salem State University in North Carolina in the USA. Doctor of Laws, University of the West Indies. Global Leadership Award, University of South Florida, USA. Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman has been twice recognized for her outstanding performance in advancing international education, School for International Training in Vermont in USA. She has been a member of the national and international boards and committees, including the College of Physicians and Surgeons, as eminent citizen, the Center for Democratic Governance, CDD Ghana, the Executive Board of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, the Global Advisory Council, World Learning Incorporated, the Editorial Board, the Harriet Tubman Series on the African Diaspora, York University, Canada. Professor Opoku-Agyeman is a Life Fellow of the Commonwealth of Learning and a Fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. These are some of the things that define this woman who has become Ghana's first vice president. Her swearing in indeed has become historic in the books of Ghana's democracy. This is beautiful to have witnessed yesterday. Let's take a look at her swearing in yesterday.
That I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time at any time, break this oath of office, I shall submit myself. I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana. To the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer the penalty. And suffer the penalty for it. For it. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President. Thank you. Lift your that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana. To the Republic of Ghana. That I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana. And to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President. Thank you. Lift your that I will.
Yeah, so yesterday that was the Vice President when she took her oath. She swore it. This has been a very exciting period for women, especially because of representation. To see someone like us also occupy such a high position in the country, it is beautiful to witness. Many women have expressed their happiness about this. Let's take a look at that.
Well, it's wonderful to have a woman as the Vice President. I think that is long overdue. Women do have to take their place at the table, and I'm happy that, yes, we have a place at the table. The Vice President is going to be an inspiration to a lot of younger women to be able to achieve their goals and aspire to get to the highest in everything and in every facet of life, any work that they find themselves. I think that will spur them on to push to be the best and to get to the highest.
This president is definitely an inspiration. What can I say? I can't wait for her to be president.
But Mami way, senior Mami way, Abayoba first, Wabe Vice President wa Ghana Kroimui, Ebin Sida, Papa Manu, Yania Chiamanu, Obadia, Obakita Diama, Okitamu ye, Emani Bon. It's a Madia, and fair men near grow.
Ghana, Vice President Obada. Also, Fanta for you, ye boy, ye. A woman away trim. And say, Vice President Oba, Obibu man, am I?
Who sir, Wabama and Ma, a mountain or buyer, and a vice now, but in all be my NBC, or dear Magana man, ye Juma yum, ye can't come, or your bantino, or ten massy, into your baby, but ten massy, Abra and Ma, and my man so aqua, because here my man, your friend about Tampa. Into a ye Jumano, ama a Jumano, aye yam my Ghana. Obama Ghana for na, and I'm said, ye dikaya, ye nya oba or ye vice ni. Mammy Ghana for the Nakoma so. titiri we mebu o maba me wogidi onimu se de mpaebo tama me echi a obebo adwuma ama emebu ya fa yentuma pefra ama Ghana so fa yentuma pefra maame ne die Obama Ghana nyina 24-hour economy ni so on be hyemu kena ama na ye adwuma enkoko nketenkete no pe asase to wa meka to ye maame be hyemu kena kope asase na enkoko nketenkete ama na ye adwuma enkoko nketenkete no pe asase to wa meka to ye maame be hyemu kena kope asase na enkoko nketenkete wa be hyemu kena ama na ye adwuma ama obi ya be na adwuma ye e wa Ghana.
Well, it's wonderful to have a woman as the vice president. I think that is long overdue. Women do have to take their place at the table.
So these are some reactions from women, exciting reactions. People are happy and their women have to take their place at the table. It's really long overdue. Joining us for a conversation is Rebecca Enyona Mahaji. She is the coordinator for Affirmative Action Coalition. Hello, Rebecca. Thank you for joining us and a Happy New Year to you.
Hi, thank you for having me. Happy New Year to you too.
Yesterday, history was made. The first woman to be sworn in as Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. How does this feel to you, Rebecca?
I guess I have the same sentiments as every woman in Ghana. It's a historic win. It was a very gladdening day, especially to see her being sworn in by another female. I think that it's a testament to how far our democracy has come, especially being an inclusive democracy where we don't only have the headship of men, but for the first time a glass ceiling has been broken and you have a woman as the second in command of the entire nation. And she is there based on her competence and based on the people of Ghana having faith in her and electing her and the president. And so I think that especially from where I sit as the coordinator of the coalition and I speak on behalf of the coalition as well to say that it's a historic win, it's a momentum one, it's just a very great joy to see that yes, we have come far as a country when now leadership can be entrusted into competent women and people are glad to see women at the table of key decision making in this country.
Rebecca, one of the questions that has been raised in all of these conversations is about representation and how it's needed to see someone who looks like you taking up a position. We played a video before we came to you, and the excitement to see someone occupy a position that you can relate to. What should this mean for the Ghanaian woman out there, the Ghanaian girl out there, to turn on their TV and see that the person speaking to them is someone that they can relate with in terms of gender?
Yes, I think it's very, very important, especially, so for example, I as a lawyer, I remember when I was still in law school, before I even decided to do the law, we didn't have a female Chief Justice. And so that's the power of perception. So even though you're in law school, you're studying, you don't aim for Chief Justice. Maybe at most you aim for, I'll be a High Court judge because that's where, or a Court of Appeal judge at most. And then now we have 3 female Chief Justices. And so I can tell you for a fact that there is no young lady who's entering the law school who doesn't have the aim or the ambition to be a Chief Justice. Why? Because she has seen 3 female Chief Justices. And that's the power of perception, and that's the power of inclusivity. If you do not paint the picture, even as Christians, you say that to write the vision down so that others can see and run with it. If the picture is not created, if the space is not created, you will never aim to work in that same space or aim to be in that same office. And that is why we are very happy about this. And more importantly, just beyond her being there, it means that now it makes it very easy for us to even implement the affirmative action Gender Equity Act that has just been passed, because now people will see that decision making is not exclusive to just one particular gender. If at the highest helm of governance in this country, you see a representation of male and female, then it will trickle down even to every aspect of society, when now it will gradually become the norm to see both the male and female as decision making. And then also for the younger generation, for the young girl child, she knows that there is no glass ceiling anymore. This glass ceiling has been broken. And so I also have a voice. I also have the competence to sit in this office. And I think it's very important. The power of perception is very, very important. Now she has painted a picture. Now she has broken through the ranks. And so that gives hope. And also that gives, not beyond hope, I also say that gives a mandate to the younger girl that if she has been able to reach this feat, I should also work hard and get there. So I think that's very important. And also I'd just like to say that she got there based on her competence. She got there based on the goodwill of the people of Ghana. And we wish her very well, and we know and we are confident of her leadership. She has demonstrated that throughout every public service and sector she has delivered in, and we know that she's going to equally do the same as the Vice President of the country. So yes, it's fast, and it's a very it's going to bring great hope and great inspiration even to the younger generation. Yeah.
Let's look at the issue of tokenism and how sometimes people feel like, let's throw some crumbs to a minority group or a marginalized group, and that should be enough, that should sustain them for a certain period of time. How are we going to ensure that this is not the only time we are seeing a move like this, but that it becomes a norm for us? When the president constituted his transition team, one of the questions that was raised was the fact that there was only one woman on the transition team. All over social media, some of the justifications from people were that, aren't you happy that at least the vice president is a woman? What more do you need? So it seems tokenism is one of the things that has seeped into our marrows as a people, into the fabric of our life and all. So much so that when you do one thing for a marginalized or a minority group, so to speak, it should be enough for them. How are we going to move away from tokenism so that these things, finding women in high positions, become the norm? It is not like you're doing women a favor.
Well, you're very right about, especially the example about the transition team. And I think if you recall, I did have an interview with your news outlet because the coalition released a press statement, and we called out to the presidency on that, saying that especially since it violated what was in the Affirmative Action Act. So the unfortunate thing is whether it is you trying to come up with a temporary affirmative action for race or gender or even persons with disability, this conversation always comes up where people think that's an act of tokenism. But we're not talking about tokenism, we're talking about meritocracy. In the sense that if you're talking about tokenism, it means that you're putting an unqualified or an incompetent person in a space just because of the person's gender. But I don't think throughout the conversations we are having, especially as a country, that is what we are pushing for. What we are saying is that you do have these women who are qualified. You do have these women who are competent. You do have these women who have the same bandwidth to deliver just as these men. However, you live in a society which is structured in a way that the headship of men is considered, and before the woman is even considered. And so as a society, we want to balance the scale out. We want to correct this imbalance and say that let there be inclusive governance, where at the decision-making table, it is even a problem to have an all-male panel, an all-male committee, and a woman has been excluded. That's the conversation we are having. And sometimes, yes, you get the point that, oh, at least you have one woman, isn't it enough? No, it is not enough, because if you look at the composition of this country, women even outnumber men. And so technically, if you look at it, is it right that you are making a decision that affects the majority of the population, and then their voice is excluded, and their perspective is ignored, and then their education, their expertise, their skills have been ignored? I don't think that is fair. We are talking about fairness here. So whenever they bring up the argument of tokenism, I'm like, it's not. Do you think it is fair? And then they become very quiet because then they have no excuse. I was talking about the transition team, and someone was like, this is a very sensitive thing. and then we need women who are qualified. And I was like, don't we have women in governance who have proven themselves? Just about 2 months ago, we were celebrating a woman being elected as Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Is she not a fine diplomat? Are you trying to say that we don't have women who have risen through the ranks, especially in diplomacy and governance? Are you saying that none of them could have equally sat on the team, even with the oral committee they came up with? Are you saying that we've not had women who have chaired commissions of all committees of inquiry in this country and could also be good investigators and be good just as the men that are there? So I think that what we should focus on is when the women get into these spaces and they begin to deliver, gradually we see that it won't become the norm again. So for example, when we had our first female Chief Justice, well, she delivered, and now you have the second and you have the third. So now we just need a leg in, which is what I am grateful for. And that is why I said earlier, I'm very confident that the Honorable Her Excellency the Vice President is going to deliver. Now, when that becomes the norm, and all the women that are going to be appointed into their offices, when that becomes the norm, gradually this conversation is not even going to be one of tokenism anymore. We realize that they are there on their merits, and it's meritocracy we are pushing for. And when their merits and their work begin to speak for itself, then we'd have more women coming in. And so my point is the conversation is always going to come up. People, this is how they be conditioned to believe that, you know what, even if you are there, they're doing you a favor. But then I just want to encourage the women of Ghana that when you are there, no one is doing you a favor. You are there based on your competence. And so deliver based on your competence. And gradually the conversation is going to steer away from that. So that is what personally I believe, that it will never stop. People will always be like, oh, yeah, there because you're a woman, or that's just an act of tokenism, be happy. But then beyond that, they are going to see you deliver, and beyond that, it is your work that is going to speak for you. So that's what I truly believe, yeah.
Rebecca, what are some of the things you would be looking forward to or looking out for in the Vice President in her execution of her role, especially with regard to the women and the young girls of Ghana?
I believe that she made mention of that, especially after the election declaration, and then she said that she was going to make sure that she's going to hold the door open for other women, which I think was a very significant statement that she made. And thankfully, now that an Affirmative Action Act has been passed, which makes it mandatory to ensure gender parity, especially when it comes to decision making, I believe that she's going to contribute to the implementation of the act. I believe that she's going to be a force or a voice that's going to ensure that her presidency, or she and the president, will ensure that women are included, and women's contribution to this country is not looked over, and it's not disregarded at all. And also, I believe that beyond, we've seen especially in our governance that what people fail to understand is, if you don't have a seat at the table, your perspectives and your needs will be ignored. And I'm very glad that we have someone who looks like us, like you said in your introduction, who experiences the same things we experience and can relate. And so I believe that now we're going to have more gender responsive decisions and laws and policies being made, because we know that it's not just being looked at from the male perspective or from the male eye, but then we have a female at the presidency also, whose quota and perspective and contribution is also going to be included. And so I believe, and knowing also very well that she's going to have the support of all women. Like you said, he had some interviews and most of the women were excited. And I believe that she seems to be very down to earth and has an open door policy. And so we'll be able to approach her with our needs and ensuring that we are not left out, especially in decision making. So we are very confident of her leadership. She's demonstrated same, especially when she was at the University of Cape Coast, and we believe she brought transformative policies and transformative ideas and transformative implementations over there. And we are very confident and hopeful that now that she is at the helm of affairs of governance, she's going to demonstrate same, and would have a better Ghana and have more sustainable development, which has inclusivity at the forefront. So yes, that's our expectation. That's our expectation with her being sworn into office.
Well, Rebecca, I know I said that was the last question, but let me get something and then we can let you go. With the wife of our former president, Her Excellency Rebecca Kufuor, she has also come under some scrutiny by the public. People have been, some will say, overly critical of her and all. She also played her role very well as First Lady of the nation. Now that she's out of office, if you were to assess her work as First Lady and her contribution to the women of Ghana, how would you assess her?
No, that's an interesting question. Because I think we're just a vice president today. With the first lady, well, I don't want to name names, but beyond the first lady, a lot of even with the second lady, even with we had a chief of staff who was female. I think that when we look at our governance structure, all the women who played their roles played exceptionally well. But I think we are more excited because being a first lady counts with you being married to the second president. But now you have someone who is in her own right, okay, as vice president of the country. It's not because she's married to the president. I think that's what makes a lot of us very excited to see what she's going to do. But then with the first lady, I believe that she played her role being a great support to her husband. And beyond that also, we saw a lot through the Rebecca Foundation. We saw a lot of the good work that she did, and we are grateful for that. And so, and beyond her, too, we talk about the chief of staff, we talk about the second lady, we talk about all the women who were even in parliament, all the women who held their ministerial positions. I think they did exceptionally well. Yes, I see that women face double scrutiny in this country. A man can do something and get away with it, but if you're a woman, you're placed under the radar, and that is just how it is. I don't think it's just Ghana. I think it is globally. We face double scrutiny. But I am very proud of them that with their strength and their resilience, that beyond the setbacks, beyond the vilification, especially in media and on social media and the news, they were still able to carry out their various assignments. And for me, that is more than enough. At least they have paid their dues to Mother Ghana, and we are grateful for their service. Yes, this would be my comment. Yeah.
Rebecca, thank you for speaking with us. We look forward to more conversations on gender.
Sure. Thank you too for having me. I thoroughly enjoyed having this conversation with you. Have a good day.
Have a good day, Rebecca. Rebecca Enyonam Ahaji. We've been having conversations with her about the vice president, what it means that we have a female vice president. Rebecca is the coordinator for Affirmative Action Ghana Coalition. We hope that this is not the only time we'll see women occupy such high positions. The women that came before her in various aspects have also executed their roles very beautifully. We wish the vice president all of the best in this position, and we know that she will do a great job. We wish her so much of the best. On social media yesterday, many were excited about having a female vice president. On the X platform, there were so many posts about that. Let's bring you a few of that. So this is Richard Della Sky. He says, history made, a woman, Nana Jane, sworn in as vice president of Ghana by a female chief justice, witnessed by a female judicial secretary. What a powerful message of possibility and inspiration for our girls. Hashtag breaking barriers, hashtag women in leadership. There's also from Esinam Jean. She says, Ghanaian women are fearless. Send a green heart if you love Her Excellency Professor Jaina Anopuku-Agyeman. Iya Evans says, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman has been duly sworn in. That's beautiful. I'm just happy seeing a female rise to such a feat on merit. She's the vice president of Ghana now. Hashtag inauguration 2025. Hashtag Flagstaff House. And there are many people excited about this. And at DK Explores, behold the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. And At E.O. Evans Sr. says trailblazing history in Ghana's constitutional democratic governance. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, 2025 to 2029. He uses a salute emoji. Let's have more conversations on this beautiful thing that happened yesterday. Shamima Muslim is with the Alliance for Women in Media Africa. Good morning, Shamima, and a happy new year to you.
Good morning and happy new year to you too.
The last time we had conversations
Alma.
about women,
yes,
and you were
but
very.
I'm no longer with Alma. I'm no longer with Alma.
Okay, my apologies.
I recall I mentioned it to your
we will
producer.
correct that.
I resigned. Yes.
We'll correct that.
Yes, please.
The last time we had conversations with you on the role of women, you were very confident of women doing their work to the best of their abilities. Yesterday, finally, Vice President sworn in. She takes her place as the first vice president, female vice president in the country. As a leading voice yourself for women in the media, how do you receive this leadership of Vice President Nana Opoku-Agyeman, and how will this influence female representation in the media and in other sectors?
Right. Thank you so very much, and Happy New Year again to you and to all your viewers and those who might also be watching online as well. Indeed, yesterday was a very historic day. It was a very emotive moment when we actually watched her step to the dais and take her oath of office. It was significant with respect to the dreams that were born yesterday as a result of that, moment, that moment in history. It's a moment that everybody will remember where they were many years from now. Many people, young children who will become adults, even some of us will always remember exactly where we are the moment she was declared Ghana's first female vice president. I mean, for me personally, it's such great news because it was a decision I advocated for, campaigned for, and when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nominated her 4 years ago, I was one of the early, female in the media, endorsed it. Also advocated for her renomination, which happened. And for me, I've always said when a historic, decision is taken, we must all come on board and do our best to bring life to that historic decision. So some of us were not going to sit back and not say anything or do anything, when what we had been calling for was finally given, to the Ghanaian women. So you would know that we campaigned for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama because we believed in the NDC agenda and we knew that John Dramani Mahama was the right person to lead Ghana into its next chapter of resetting this economy. And how best to do it than to do it with a woman, and a very accomplished woman at that, a woman who herself is not new to making history. As we all know, she has been a great leader. Within 20 years in academia, she rose to become the first female vice chancellor of a public university. So for us as women, generally for us as women in the media, this is the time to tell profound and powerful stories. In fact, one of the first things she did when she was renominated for this 2024 election was to have a meeting with Ghanaian women in media. And I don't know if you were at that program particularly, but there she told us that there have always been great stories of women in Ghana, and that it was time for we, the women in media, to bring life to these stories wherever they are across this nation, to let the Ghanaian know about the great things women do in different aspects, in different spaces, So to break this other glass ceiling is just great news, and we must make it count. We women in media must make it count by the stories we tell, by the things we focus on, and how we also support her to succeed in this new role. Because I say that when a great decision has happened, and when we witness such history, our first order of business is to tell ourselves, how do we support this history to be consecrated in order that we will get more of such stories emerge. And so we have a dual responsibility to play. First, as media people who will cover this administration fairly, but also as women in media who should be interested in Nana Jane succeeding by supporting her, giving her the necessary, visibility, and framing her role in a more empowering way and not a disempowering way. These are some of the things we can do to, consolidate this gain we have made, this glass ceiling, so we can have, a bragging right to demand more into the future indeed. Hello?
What are some of the things we should be looking out from her leadership, especially in addressing some challenges that women face here in Ghana specifically?
Thank you. So I'm not sharing these opinions as her former spokesperson, because I'm not. But my expectations also as a member of the NDC, and also based off on what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said during the campaign at her outdooring, and also repeated parts of it yesterday, is a new nation of inclusivity, a government that is fully dedicated and committed to amplifying women, to empowering women, to also ensure that women are part of decision making at the highest level. Yesterday, His Excellency repeated this, that his government is truly going to be a government of representation, fair and equitable representation. His government is going to be a government of inclusivity, where various marginalized voices would find expression at the table. Voices of the elderly, voices of children, voices of women, voices of persons with disability, voices of the youth of this country, voices of workers of this country, voices of Ghanaians who have come out in such large numbers to give this resounding mandate to His Excellency. This is going to be one of the most inclusive and responsive governments ever in the history of, our Fourth Republic, even beyond. And I think that is why many people continue to say that what happened yesterday was truly Ghana's second independence after 1957. My expectation, therefore, is that Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane will be a true embodiment of what it means to be a woman of Ghana, representing their dreams, their aspirations, representing their issues, and then also being the hope for the solutions to those issues. So we expect her to lead the charge in especially the social sector, as His Excellency said, in education and health. The oversight she would, represent for those sectors. The Women's Bank that we have promised the people and the women of Ghana. The social sector is so comprehensive, and we expect that Professor Nana Jane would spare sleepless nights in thinking through ways in which we can execute our social contract to bring ease to the women of Ghana, to bring ease to the people of Ghana, and to bring the motherly love and fellow feeling that women leadership always, brings to the table, to both the team at the presidency and to the ministers. We also expect that she will be a great mentor to the new emerging female leaders within the NDC. I speak here first of a new parliament that is going to have the greatest number of females in the history of our Fourth Republic, NDC has over 31 women who, most of them first-timers, who have won their election and are part of the 9th Parliament. Over 31. Unfortunately for the New Patriotic Party, their numbers have come down from 20 in the 8th Parliament to a paltry 10. This is the best time for every woman to support the NDC and to even join the NDC, because John Dramani Mahama is leading a revolution for the women of Ghana, and Her Excellency Nana Jane would serve as a mentor to these new crop of female, MPs and leaders that we are, that are coming up, that will obviously contribute to building the Ghana we want together. She would also serve as a mentor, as she told us on the 9th that they accepted the nomination, after the declaration of the results. And she told us that it is not only enough to be the first through the door, but the best to do is to keep the door open for many more to come through. And that also means just being, being there, being present, being of help to your neighbor, to the next person you meet. And so I know she's going to be a great mentor to the army of female NDC communicators who are emerging, to the army of Ghanaian women who are in different leadership positions, that they would know that they have a representation in her, and she will be willing to offer any word of advice, of encouragement, of support, of direction to those that would need it to also make their own histories. This is what I expect her leadership will bring to the table.
Shamima, we are most grateful for your time this morning. I know that we'll have more conversations, especially about women. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you too for having me this morning.
Shamima Muslim is with the NDC, and she also is part of the NDC's. Pardon me. I have a little cold, so I keep slowing down a bit. Shamima Muslim is a member of the NDC Women's Caucus Manifesto Committee. She is a gender advocate, and she's also a media woman. And the excitement it comes with that we have a female vice president. It is beautiful to see that indeed you can see somebody who looks like you assume a high position like this. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman has said that she not only has opened the door, but she's going to keep the door open for other women to walk through. We hope that this is a good indication for other women, and young girls to also know that you can aspire for higher. So many women in the country continue to hold the flag up high. They continue to strive for better. They continue to achieve greater feats and greater heights, just to show all of us that we can achieve everything we want to achieve if only we will put our minds to it. So let's continue to work hard, let's continue to do our very best, and let's continue to go to places where there are opportunities. Don't hold yourself back because of your gender. Don't feel that so far as there are men that they are the only ones who can do it. You too can do it. Because you are able to, you have all of the energy, you have all of the expertise in you to be able to achieve whatever you have set your mind to. So congratulations to our first female vice president of the country, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, and congratulations to all women who continue to forge on and also be recognized wherever they are. That's all for our front story this morning on ABC in the morning. We'll take a break. Sports is up next, and then some tech trick will follow. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the sports segment on ABC in the morning. Remember, you stream me live on YouTube at ABC News GH. Let's dive into the world of sports. Now, following the completion of the assessment exercise for male under-20 players selected for the Ghana Premier League clubs, players selected from the Division 1 League will take their turn commencing today, January 8, 2025. A first batch of the 22 players will report for camping at the Ghana Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram today, with the second batch reporting for the assessment exercise on 13 January 2025. Players selected for the consideration are high-performing Division 1 League players who are jostling for selection to the national under-20 male team. The Black Satellite coach Desmond Ofei and his technical team have indicated their intention to continuously and consistently identify talented youngsters who will challenge players who are already in the team. The Black Satellite, who won gold at the recently held Africa Games, are preparing for AFCON Under-20 Championship, which will be held later this year. The Satellite technical teams is hopeful of identifying precocious talent who would bring the needed level of competition within the squad to build a winsome team. Away from that, now CAF announced yesterday, January 7, 2025, that the prize money of the winner of the Total Engines CAF African Nations Champions CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024 has been increased by 75%, and the winner will now receive $3.5 million. Now CAF also announced that the total prize money of the CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024 has been increased to $10.4 million, which is an increase of 32%. The president of CAF, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, said, I quote, "We are excited about the upcoming Total Engines CAF African Nations Championship, which is the CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024, and have significantly increased the prize money of the winner to $3.5 million, which is an increase of 75%. We have also increased the total prize money of the CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024 to $10.5 million, which is a 32% increase. The CHAN is an important competition for the development and growth of African-based football players and talented young players, and will contribute significantly to the global competitiveness of African football and CAF competition. This competition is part of our strategy of investing in African football and making it appealing and attractive to football fans, TV viewers, sponsors, partners and other stakeholders in the African and nationwide. The CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024 will start on Saturday, 1st February 2025, and the final will take place on Friday, 28th February 2025. The following 17 countries have already qualified for the CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024. So the following countries are Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Morocco, Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania, Niger, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, Zambia, Angola and Madagascar. 2 additional countries will also participate in the CHAN, Kenya, Tanzania and Uganda 2024 after qualifying from the remaining matches. Now, the Executive Committee of the Nigerian Football Federation has appointed former coach Eric Chow as head coach of the Nigerian senior men national football team Super Eagles at its meeting held in Abuja on Thursday, 2nd January 2025. An NFF Technical and Development Subcommittee had commended the appointment of former coach of the senior men national team of Mali as the new head coach of the Super Eagles. This recommendation was on Tuesday, 7th January, endorsed by the NFF Executive Committee. Chow, who won 5 caps for the Aiglons of Mali and coach clubs such as GS Consulates, and has been head coach of the Aiglons since 2022 at the 2023 African Cup of Nations finals in Cote d'Ivoire. Charles Mali game very close to place in the semi-finals, losing to host and eventual winners Cote d'Ivoire 2-1 after extra time, after leading by a lone goal until the final minute of the relegation time. His appointment is with immediate effect, and he has the responsibility of guiding the Super Eagles to earn a ticket to the 2026 FIFA World Cup finals, with the next round of matches, which is the match days 5 and 6, taking place in March. And now Tottenham has exercised the option to extend Son Heung-min's contract to keep him at the club for an additional 12 months until June 2026. I quote, "We are delighted to announce that we have exercised the option to extend Son Heung-min's contract, which will now run until the summer of 2026. The South Korea forward and club captain's deal was due to expire in June, meaning Spa were at risk of losing him on free transfer at the end of a decade-long spell in North London since signing from Bayern Leverkusen in 2015. Son, scoring 169 goals and in 431 appearances for Spa in all competition, has long since been a top-scoring Asian player in the Premier League history, and is the third top scorer of players still active in the competition, behind only Jamie Vardy and Mo Salah. Barcelona were one of a number of clubs rumored to be looking at signing him this summer, but the 32-year-old will now remain at Tottenham for at least another year. Well, that's how we wrap up for the sports segment on ABC in the morning. I am Derek Komi Kisiedu.
Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a superior coverage, a radiant glow, and a durable stain-resistant finish, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint transforms spaces effortlessly. Designed for beauty and longevity, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint saves time.
You're welcome to the Tech Trick segment here on ABC in the morning. Yes, it's time to do some tech news, and I'm Eric Melo. And today we're diving into an exciting topic that is making real difference in people's lives. That's how AI is helping to help Windows more accessible for individuals with disabilities. And so, if you are perhaps living with a disability, I hope that this technology advances inclusivity has become more of a focus, and AI, as you all know, is playing a key role in transforming how people with disabilities interact with their computers. And so Microsoft Windows has also been at the forefront of the interjection of AI-powered accessibility and ensuring that everyone, regardless of their abilities, can use their device effectively. And so, for instance, for people living with disabilities such as speech recognition, to even recognize. So talking to your PC on one of your most significant ways AI is enhancing accessibility in Windows and through speech recognition technology. Now, with Windows speech recognition and Canon, users can also navigate their PCs entirely with their voices. So this is a game changer for people with mobility impairment or those who find typing quite difficult. And so that also is how AI is putting some smiles in the eyes, or I should say in the faces of people. Again, Windows has also integrated advanced voice typing and dictation features, allowing users to transcribe speech to text quickly and accurately, whether it's composing of an email or filing out a document. The accuracy and speed of AI-driven speech recognizes and makes sure that you're using a computer much more efficient for individuals with physical disabilities. So that is how AI, in a way, shaping people living with disability, but still technology, especially in relation with Windows. Again, AI-powered screen readers who have issues, so bringing the visual world to life for those who are unfortunately visually impaired or have low vision. So screen readers are invaluable. Windows 10 and 11 features narrator is there, and through AI-powered screen reader reads aloud the content displayed on the screen. With AI's continuous improvement, the narrator now has accuracy and more natural sounding speech. Now, the system also allows navigate web page, documents, and applications through keyboard shortcut, all while being guided by the AI's voice. So beyond that, there's also AI-driven image recognition. Okay, so in as much as you're trying to use the AI voice system, and also embedded within the tool like the Scene of AI, which uses the camera on a Windows laptop or perhaps a mobile to describe image in real time. So whether it's identifying object or reading text or describing the person's face, this kind of AI tool is incredibly helpful for users with visual impairment. So that's how, in a way, AI is shaping the lives of Windows users, especially Windows 11 and 12. Again, AI has assisted magnification and color adjustment. So just as I said, still with the visual impairment kind of process for people with problems using Windows enhanced applications. Now AI also has allowed zooming into parts of the screen with greater precision and clarity. So for instance, combined with color filters and high contrast themes, these tools allow users to customize their screen in ways best for their vision and making everything quite in terms of reading, text, or viewing image more accessible. So AI also has helped in automatic contrast adjustments and ensuring that text is easy to read for those with color blindness or vision challenges, and the system can intellectually adjust colors on the fly, or perhaps create a better reliable and readability and improving users experience across various tips. And maybe I can also touch on the times of real-time captioning and transition. So as we do know, AI's potential is real-time captioning is another area where Windows has also been making strides. So whether it's during video call, online meetings, or a multimedia content, Windows uses provide live caption and is making it quite easier for users with hearing impairment. So in as much as it's also tackling the visual impairment aspect, it's also talking and tackling about the hearing impairment. So people living with conditions like that are additionally added to the system, where in terms of Microsoft Translator integrated within the Windows, it also helped them translate text and their speech in real time and breaking down language barriers for those who are unfortunately visual or not even can hear properly. Again, so in conclusion, what I'm trying to paint for you is that AI is played a crucial role in making Windows a more accessible operating system for from voice control and real-time captioning to smart magnification and cognitive support. AI, as we do know, is breaking down barriers for people with disability and empowering them to use technology more efficiently and independently. So as Windows continues to evolve day in, day out, Windows 11 and Windows 12, we can also expect even more AI-driven innovations aimed at improving accessibility and inclusivity. And so that's how we will be drawing the curtain on today's technology news, or tech trick you can call it. And so it has been a pleasure coming your way. Stay tuned for more update here on ABC in the morning, and as we get some more tech news, of course, you'll be part of it so you can incorporate it in your day-to-day activities. I am Eric Trinibwat. The show continues shortly after this break. To stay.
Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a superior coverage, a radiant glow, and a durable stain-resistant finish, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint transforms spaces effortlessly. Designed for beauty and longevity, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint saves time with fewer coats, whilst delivering vibrant and easy-to-clean surface that stays flawless even in the busiest areas or under harsh weather conditions. With Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, every coat is a promise of quality and excellence. Elevate your walls and inspire your spaces with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint. Tabby Paint, the choice for your amazing spaces.
You're welcome back. Still watching ABC in the morning live here on ABC News GH. You're welcome back and still watching ABC in the morning live on ABC News GH. Up next is Business Fix. Today on Business Fix, let's take a look at our economy. Yesterday, during the swearing-in ceremony of the President, John Dramani Mahama, he said in his inaugural speech that the country is open for business. So he urged the business community to invest in Ghana, emphasizing that indeed we are open for business. He outlined 4 key priorities for his administration to drive economic recovery in the nation. These 4 are economic restoration and stability, improvement of the business and investment environment, governance and constitutional reforms, and accountability and the fight against corruption. These are the things he says will be driving economic restoration. This comes after former presidents Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in his final State of the Nation address, assured the nation that the country is not broke. Former President Akufo-Addo revealed that his government is handing over the country with a gross international reserve of nearly $8 billion, surpassing $6.2 billion that he inherited from John Dramani Mahama in 2017. Former President Akufo-Addo also reported that economic growth had returned to pre-COVID levels, with growth rates rising from 4.8% in the first quarter of 2024 to 7% in the second quarter to 7.2% in the third quarter. And he projected that there would be a growth rate of 6.3% this year. That's what President Akufo-Addo said during the State of the Nation. Now, President John Dramani Mahama comes and says that Ghana is open for business. Does it mean that Ghana was closed for business at some point? Well, we will be delving into it today on Business Fix. But before that, let's listen to President John Mahama when he called on investors to invest in Ghana.
Institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this vision will allow us to embrace diversity, to cater to varied lifestyles and preferences, and foster a culture of inclusion, ensure that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join.
Connect with Prof, and then we can delve into it. But for you as a Ghanaian, when President John Mahama says that Ghana is open for business, how did you receive it? Does it mean that for the past 8 years, Ghana has not been open for business? How has business been faring in the country? Are people able to work? Do we even get investors? Are people able to invest in the country? Has the climate been a good climate enough for people to want to bring their money here to do business? Has the soil been fertile to promote business growth and stability? We will delve into that. But he is calling on investors to come into the country and work. You remember that he had investors to come into the country and work. You remember that he had some things he said he would do in his first 120 days. We've been delving into it in conversations. We'll get more into that. But Prof joins us. Prof, good morning and a happy new year to you.
Good morning and a happy new year to you and your viewers.
President John Dramani Mahama says that Ghana is open for business. as an economist yourself, is Ghana really open for business? Has Ghana ever been closed for business?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, we've always been open for business. I think when he makes that statement, he's probably referring to the fact that in the last couple of years in particular, the business environment has been extremely unfriendly. We have seen a multiplicity of taxes. Most of them are not very business friendly. And indeed, the whole arrangement, the way GRA has been dealing with taxpayers, that the business community has really been complaining about. There's been complaints about paying taxes on taxes with the way GRA has been doing the computation of the VAT and other things. So, and the fact that it's been a tough time for businesses in the last couple of years. So I think when he says we are open for business again, he's probably referring to the fact that his government is going to make the business environment a lot more friendlier.
In this country and the recovery rate. When the former president delivered his State of the Nation address, his final one, he said that Ghana is not broke, Ghana is back and all. He's touting that they've been able to turn the economy around. Now, President John Mahama is also saying that he's going to focus on economic restoration. Who are we to believe? Has the economy turned around, as former President John Nana Akufo-Addo said? Or should we believe President John Mahama when he says that economic restoration? Because these are two things on different ends of the spectrum. One is saying that I'm living with a good economy. Another is saying that I have come to rather restore the economy.
Well, I think when the former president said the economy is not broke and he's living a resilient economy, everybody knows that's not the case. It's more of a political talk. I think, if you live in this economy, you know that things have not been great. And the former president was just relying on a couple of stronger than expected growth numbers to make that point. I don't think he completely ignored other forms of information that shows that the economy is still in a tough place. So, I think the economy has shown no signs of any sustained recovery. What we've done is managed to stabilize from the difficult times of 2022, but to say that the economy has recovered is a stretch. So, I think, it also reflected in how Ghanaians voted at the polls. So I think any idea that the economy has recovered is something that we should not buy into. We should now look for what the new government will have, what specific proposals. We have an idea in the way the campaign was messaged and the way the party manifesto is. But now we are in government. Now they are in government. We are going to see what specifically they will put forth. So starting with probably the first State of the Nation address by the new president, and then more importantly, what they will put in their first budget. That will give us the direction in terms of where the economy will be going and how fast we will recover and then begin to prosper again.
Okay. When he says that he will focus on economic recovery and sustainability, what will be at least 3 critical factors he will have to hinge on to be able to put us on that tangent of recovery and sustainability?
Well, I think we have to start with energy. The energy sector has been problematic, and it's very difficult to make the kind of progress we want to make if you don't have reliable enough. So I think that is something that needs immediate attention. The other one is also some governance reforms. I think let's agree with is that even when we've made progress, because our governance system is not is geared towards more politicking to win elections than generating any sustainable form of growth that benefit ordinary people. And I was glad that the president in his inaugural speech said that we have to make the democracy work for people, ordinary people. People should begin to see that the democracy is not just showing up every 4 years at the polls to vote, but we begin to see it is improving our daily lives, day-to-day lives. Now, I think that in terms of the real economy itself, the immediate attention should be on the agri sector and making sure that we're able to provide, we become food self-sufficient again. We've seen in the last couple of years how food prices have skyrocketed. Some people believe that Ghanaians were very angry at the polls. Part of the reason is that they are very hungry. We've seen how food has become extremely expensive. I think one of the things that the president should do is bring new investment in agri sector, especially to improve food production. It was good to hear him say his 24-hour economy is going to be hinged on agriculture and agribusiness. Well, we need to begin to see immediate impact. So let's start the investment today so that at the time we get into the harvest season, we have enough. And then we build on from there. As for the IMF program and the stability that is required, well, we have to stay at it and improve it. But, you get the sense that we have to do something non-conventional because of the level of difficulty we are in.
Prof, President John Dramani Mahama has a 120-day social contract with the people of Ghana. In this social contract, he says he has pledged to scrap some taxes to alleviate our hardships and reduce the cost of doing business here in the country. How would you assess the potential impact of this kind of reform on businesses and the overall economy? Removing these taxes, won't you rather be plunging ourselves into another ditch, or do you believe that it will set us on the highway?
Well, I think that we should take those promises to seriously, but maybe we shouldn't take them literally. In the sense that, if you take the first 120 days, note that the president has to put his team together. And the first quarter, we already have expenditure ahead of appropriation that we are going to depend on. That's what will happen in the first 3 months. Give and take maybe a couple of days when it's 120 days. So I don't think that we should, nothing will happen until a budget is presented and a budget has been passed. We can't remove any tax until the government has put the team together and prepared the budget and it has been approved and appropriation passed. That's when, even if those promises are going to happen, it will happen.
But
I do think that.
Yes, Prof, please go on.
So I do think that of the taxes that he promised to remove, I think the one that I'm not in support of is the betting tax. That is some tax that I think we should maintain. Obviously, that promise has been made to appease the youth, some of whom have taken to betting, and therefore they were not happy with the previous government taxing their betting winners. But look, I don't think encouraging betting among our youth is the way we want to go. That's not how we want to run our economy. So for me, I think the betting tax should be strengthened and not removed. But other than that, e-levy is something that we can let go at the first instance. At the first opportunity, we can let the e-levy go. It's such a disruptive and unproductive tax. It gives us so little and costs businesses so much to collect. And I think that one should go without a blink. Having said that, to explain to us, even though the hole that will be created when we remove those taxes is not a lot, we still have to explain how we are going to plug that hole. And I think that is the aspect that I also want to see. It's not enough to say you're going to scrap the e-levy. You have to tell us the 2.5 billion that we are going to raise, or if we add the COVID-19 levy, those two will give us just about almost 6 billion. How we are going to plug that hole? So we just have to explain. That's not to say it cannot be done. There are easy ways we can actually plug that hole, but we still want to hear.
Okay. Prof, if you were to give them some advice on the way to plug those holes, what would those advice be?
Well, So one part is just to enhance the enforcement. The way we collect our taxes has become too expensive. The expense tax collection is high. That's of that. See reforms to plug even a quarter of all the freebies. That is the tax holidays and tax breaks and the exemptions that we're giving to entities that are noticed. That alone is enough to plug in multiples of whatever e-levy or whatever e-levy or the COVID levy is giving us. Don't forget that one of the reasons for the standoff in the last days of the last parliament was that the government was insisting on granting over $400 million of tax relief to the entities under the 1G1F. And I mean, we have to ask the concrete benefits we've had from the 1D1F to justify why we give those breaks. So there's been a lot of those tax reliefs and breaks. If we decide to plug that hole alone, you raise multiples of whatever we are collecting from those taxes that the president is promising to relieve. So that one is immediate. Okay. Then improving enforcement. And then, there are some rigidities in the tax system that, like he says, if you make them more transparent, perhaps it will make paying taxes less punitive and we'll be able to see more voluntary compliance. All of those will help improve our revenue collection and we'll be able to remove those taxes.
Okay. Prof, we're most grateful for your time this morning. We're looking forward to more conversations. We'll see how he'll be able to take his actions in the 120 days and see how his government will also make Ghana open to business like he has said it is. We're most grateful for your time.
You're welcome. Have a good morning.
Professor Patrick Esumen is an economist at the University of Ghana Business School. We've had conversations about Ghana being open to business, as President John Dramani Mahama said yesterday during his inaugural speech. That's all for Business Fix. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with our main discussion.
Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a superior coverage, a radiant glow, and a durable stain-resistant finish, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint transforms spaces effortlessly. Designed for beauty and longevity, Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint saves time with fewer coats, whilst delivering vibrant and easy-to-clean surface that stays flawless even in the busiest areas or under harsh weather conditions. With Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, every coat is a promise of quality and excellence. Elevate your walls and inspire your spaces with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint. Tabby Paint, the choice for your amazing spaces. Hello, paint lovers. Welcome to 2025. Tabby Paint is excited to kick off the year with Tabby Semi-Gloss Paint, where innovation meets sophistication. With a
You're welcome back. Let's head straight into our main discussion. Yesterday, John Dramani Mahama said that within his first 120 days, he will implement some 26 decisions. That 120 days began yesterday. John Dramani Mahama has been sworn in as president of Ghana for a third time on Tuesday against the backdrop of the country's economic crisis in this generation. Thousands of Ghanaians from all walks of life attended the ceremony in the capital, and John Dramani Mahama, whose political career started from the very basics of political trajectory here in the country, an astute communications minister, won presidential elections, and has most will say has seen it all. He has pledged to tackle the economic crisis, unemployment, and corruption in the nation. He was previously Ghana's president between 2012 and 2017, and he's now replacing the former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Let's look at when he first took up the reins of the nation. He was first sworn in as president when President John Evans Fifi Atta-Mills died in July 2012, having served under Fifi Atta-Mills as his vice president. So John Dramani Mahama served the rest of that term, and then he won the elections, the general elections in 2012, and became the president of Ghana. In this new term that he's gotten, he has promised to reset the country on various fronts. During his campaign, he prioritized the economy and largely appealed to young Ghanaians who saw the vote as a way out of the country's economic crisis. President John Dramani Mahama, who is now 65 years old, assumed office yesterday after a decisive victory in last year's presidential elections, where he secured 57% of the vote against the New Patriotic Party's candidate former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. This margin of victory is the largest seen in Ghana's elections in 24 years, with a voter turnout of 60.9%. So John Dramani Mahama replaces Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and promises to address pressing issues such as the economic challenges, corruption, unemployment, and environmental damage caused by illegal mining, known popularly in the country as Galamsey. In his inaugural speech, President Mahama addressed key national issues, outlining his vision for the future of Ghana, and pledged to take 26 decisive actions within the first 120 days of his administration, with these actions expected to encompass key areas of governance, economic stability, social justice, and accountability. President Mahama's inauguration is particularly significant as it represents a stunning political comeback after serving as president from between 2012 to 2017. His victory also continues Ghana's tradition of alternating power between the NDC and the NPP, with no party winning more than 2 consecutive terms since the return to multi-party democracy in 1992. John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman were administered their oaths of office by Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, with the latter taking her turn first in the ceremony, which also doubled as a sitting of the 9th Parliament. Let's abreast you with what happened yesterday by taking a recap of the ceremony.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me, this is the oath of allegiance. I, your name,
John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to
the Republic of Ghana
of Ghana
as by law established,
that I will uphold
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the presidential oath.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
having been elected
to
the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer
the
penalty for it.
penalty for it.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
Well, so that's some scenes from yesterday's swearing in. Let's take a look at the profile of John Dramani Mahama, the president of the country, and his journey to the presidency, right from when he started his political career. John Dramani Mahama is the 6th president of the 4th Republic of our nation. He is a 66-year-old man born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo in Ghana. His parents were Emmanuel Adama Mahama and Abiba Naba, who was his mother. His siblings are Ibrahim, Alfred, and Peter, and he is married to Her Excellency the First Lady Lordina Ifa Mahama. John Dramani Mahama had his education at Accra Newtown Experimental School and the Achimota Primary School for his primary education. He then proceeded to the Ghana Secondary School and then from there to the University of Ghana, Legon, where he received his bachelor's degree in history in 1981 and had a postgraduate diploma in communication studies in 1986. He then proceeded to the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in the Soviet Union for a social psychology degree and obtained a postgraduate degree in 1988. He's married to Lordina Mahama, and together they have their children, Shafiq Mahama, Shahid Mahama, Jesse Mahama, Sharaf Mahama, and Farida Mahama. The President of the Republic has some career achievements. Among those achievements he was a teacher, and from there he became an assemblyman, and then from there became the Member of Parliament for the people of Bole Bamboy from January 7, 1997 to January 6, 2009. So he was MP from 1997 to 2009, having spent 12 years in Parliament, 3 terms in Parliament. Then he became the Deputy Minister for Communications in April 1997 until November 1998. President John Dramani Mahama subsequently became Minister for Communications in November 1998 until January 2001. On January 7, 2009, he became the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, a position he held until 24th July 2012, when the then President, Professor John Fifi Atta Mills, passed, and John Dramani Mahama assumed presidency on July 24, 2012, as the Constitution requires, following the passing of his boss, late Professor John Fifi Atta Mills. So he was president for 6 months until the elections in December 7, 2012. So, yes, the 2012 elections. He then, after winning the elections, he became president until January 2016. Many say that elections he won on sympathy votes, on the lines of sympathy votes. In any case, he still won the election. So he was president of the country until 2016 and handed over in 2017 to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo after Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo defeated him in the December 7, 2016 elections. After that, he came back again to run for the presidency. Nana Danko Akufo-Addo defeated him again, but he didn't give up, coming back again in December 7, 2024, where he won the elections this time. And yesterday, January 7, 2025, John Dramani Mahama was sworn in as president, 6th president of the 4th Republic of Ghana, and this position he will hold until January 6, 2029, when he hands over, and this is his second term as president of the Republic of Ghana. So this is the career projection of our president, John Dramani Mahama. Before we move on to our conversations, yesterday his attire worn for the swearing in drew so many conversations on social media, people making a lot of drawing so many meaning out of the inscriptions on his attire. He wore a very nice ensemble with kente running through the attire. Very beautiful attire he wore yesterday, his inauguration outfit. After the inauguration, a video came out and we saw how he paid critical attention into the putting together of his attire for the swearing-in ceremony. And there were some symbolic inscriptions on his attire, some Edinkra symbols, and these Edinkra symbols have been broken down to our understanding as Ghanaians. So you would see on the front of his attire the Jinyami symbol, which signifies the omnipotence of God. The Jinyami symbol signifies the omnipotence of God. You would also see the Jinimeng on his attire, which signifies humility and strength. The Nyamidria, which signifies tree of God, and Sankofa, which signifies to return or to take it, learning from the past. It is the Sankofa that drew a lot of commentary on social media, that Ghanaians had gone back for a former president. We had gone back to someone we rejected at some point in time, or someone whom we did not have at a certain time. So Sankofa, going back for something, to return for something. And also his kente cloth called Emirpa Dawenim. It means better days await you, or there are better days ahead of you. And so those are some of the inscriptions on his attire, and many say that it was sending a message to all of Ghanaians. Let's have some conversations on what happened yesterday. John Dramani Mahama has been sworn in. What is it going to do for our governance in all of the elections, and how we've had a smooth transition? How does it bode for our democracy and our governance? And also, he says in his first 120 days, those 26 things he is not going to play with. He's going to make sure that he achieves them. Let's have conversations on that. We have joining us Dr. Peter Tepe, who is a policy analyst. Let's have conversations with him. Hello, Dr. Tepe. Thank you for your time this morning. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. We can hardly hear you. Kindly unmute so we can hear you clearly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Thank you.
I think it has to do with this thing I was using. Okay.
All right. Yesterday, John Dramani Mahama was sworn in as president of the nation. First of all, let me take your initial thoughts and reactions to his swearing in.
First of all, we thank the Almighty God for finally helping us to transition from one government to the other very peacefully. Yesterday, it was a very colorful ceremony, well organized. I think that the organizers have done very well, and we have to appreciate the former administration for doing that. think they've done very well. And then also the orderliness in which the program went. I think that it was beautiful. It was beautiful compared to what happened 4 years ago. So I would say congratulations to all those who were involved in putting this together. And then on the aspect of the speeches and those who came, in terms of the invitee, the guest, it was very surprising. I mean, it was very beautiful to see how all people went there to show their support. And then the invited guests who came, in fact, to see a number of presidents and former vice president line up, I think this is historic. We have not had such a number of dignitaries, especially presidential dignitaries, attending an inauguration of such number. And it is possibly because he has been a president before, he has worked with them before, and so they had some personal bonding. And so it was also, I mean, a contributing factor to that. But for them to also make time to attend, that's beautiful and shows how Ghana democracy too has matured. And I think that all of them, as they go back to their various countries, they will send a clear message that, look, there's something that is good that is happening in Ghana that we have to learn from, especially the Burkina Faso leader who came through the gang, and he also came and he saw that what was happening was a democratic process. And so I think that as he goes back, I pray that that will resonate very well with him, that it's beautiful to have a civilian rule and allow the system to work. And so I think that in all, it was a good ceremony. It has communicated very well to the outside world as well of Ghana's readiness to take our nation to another level, and that in Africa, I mean, something good can also come from Africa.
Okay. Dr. President John Dramani Mahama says that in his 120 days, those 26 things captured in his social contract with Ghanaians, he is going to make sure that he does them, he achieves them. Let's go through some of them and see how feasible President John Dramani Mahama can be able, how feasible these things will be in 120 days, and if indeed he will be able to achieve all of them. One of the things he said in his social contract is that he will constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in his first 90 days. We are expecting him to have about 60 persons in his government. How possible is that?
In fact, right from today, Ghanaians will start marking him. His opponent will start checking him, and they will start recording them for posterity. Normally, you know, when people are in opposition, they say a couple of things that when they come to power is different. Just like His Excellency Nanado, when he came and he announced over 100 ministers, and he said that, look, we will appreciate it later. But I think for him, he has been in government before. And so for him to say, I'm going to run with 60 ministers, that should mean that he really understood what he was talking about, other than the others who didn't know or have not tasted the presidency before. President Kufuor also said, President Kufuor also said the same thing when he came to power, when he said there were certain things he couldn't do because he realized that when you are out there, it's different. You are out of the system, you don't know what it is until you get there. But for him, he's been there before. So Ghanaians will take him by his words, and we hope that it will go according to what he said indeed, because it is doable. And I see he has actually proved that he is an experienced president. So most of the things he was talking about were as a result of what he has tasted, what he has seen, what he has gone through, and what he thinks that can be done. And so if somebody's words has to be taken for it, then it should be him, because he has tasted the system and he knows what can be done. And so I'm hoping that it will be. And so it is feasible. In fact, it is feasible that he can run the country with either 60 or less ministers. It is doable. I'm hoping that the way the election has turned about, you know, nobody knew that there would be massive endorsement. This is a landslide victory that has never happened before, even in parliament as well. That means that a lot of people will be expectant of getting positions. And so if you are not careful, you say, hey, I said I'll do 60, but looking at the numbers I have, if I do 60, I'll disappoint a lot of people. But I think that if you want to succeed as a leader, you must be prepared to disappoint people, because you must do certain things that will not be pleasing to people. And I think that anytime you want to lead with that mindset, you will succeed, because as a leader, you cannot please everyone.
You have indeed said that he has the experience as having led the country already. Since he has this experience, what are the things, the opportunities this experience affords him to be able to have a successful government?
In fact, the experience he had, he is the one president whose experience cannot be matched with any other leader in this country. From assemblyman through to MP. He has served on various committees in parliament. He has served as a deputy minister. He served as a minister. He served as a caretaker president. And then he served as a president. He has served as a former president, and he has come back as a president. This profile, there is no other politician in Ghana who has this. And so he is coming to the table with an experience that cannot be matched. And normally we always talk about a gap between academia and then the corporate world. And so if we have somebody who is coming to prove that indeed experience is the key thing, then His Excellency President John Mahama is a case study for us to study, because we will expect that he is coming to the table with certain level of understanding and knowledge that cannot be compared. And that, as a result, I'm expecting that in his speech, where he said that he's going to rather focus on the decisive action rather than the rhetoric, that is what we are expecting, that indeed, over the years, there has been too much of the rhetoric than the decisive actions, where we see a lot of fine speeches, a lot of fine, messages. Unfortunately, the people couldn't walk the talk. So we are hoping that this time around, he's going to walk the talk. That will be a deviation from the normal rhetoric that we have seen. And he has stated it clearly. And so I can say that indeed, there are a couple of things he has said that shows that he's really coming to office with a different mindset, and that he wants to put Ghana first. And that is happy, and that is glad to hear. And we are waiting to see it happen as well.
Okay. Well, let's look at the holding a national dialogue. As part of this social contract, he says he will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. If you are now coming to hold a dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy, then shouldn't some of the promises, like the tax cuts and other things captured in this document, have been on hold until the dialogue was held?
In fact, indeed, a leader who wants to be very inclusive and want to bring all ideas on the table.
Doc, let me hold you for just a moment, and then I'll come back. Dr. Fred Ojo is a governance expert. He also joins us on the line. Dr. Ojo, Happy New Year to you, and thank you for joining us. Hello, Dr. Ojo. Hello, sir. Okay, we seem to have lost Dr. Joe. When he comes back on the line, we will acknowledge him again. Let me come back to you, Dr. Tepe. Please, you were making a subjection. Hello, Dr. Tepe.
Yes.
Yes, you were making a submission.
Yes, so we are talking about holding a national dialogue. And I was saying that, yes, indeed, even though if you look at it, you will say that it will, like you indicated, it may have, it will impact him because this could have been done earlier. But I also beg to differ in the sense that when you are in opposition, even if you hold a national dialogue, what will be the impact? It is only for you to gather your manifesto information. But now that you are in power, that is also very important in terms of inclusivity, to be able to include people or ideas from other perspectives. You know, in governance, like the Singaporeans, there are 3 key areas we have to focus on. They focus on merit, people who have to do things have to be considered based on merit, and then they look at pragmatism. Pragmatism means that, you have to pragmatic, looking at people who may not necessarily be from your rank, but they have certain knowledge and experience that they have to be brought on the table to support you. And then also talk of honesty, where we have to be true to what we say. And so this is what, I mean, made Singapore today. And for you to do that, you have to bring people based on merit. We have to look at the people who have ideas, ideology different from yours, and bring them on the table. And that is why the national dialogue is very important. And so for me, national dialogue is one of the ways of looking at Ghana first, such that even if there are certain things in the manifesto, certain things that he has said he wanted to do, and that will not be in the interest of Ghana, then we don't look at it. Other than that, there's no need for the national dialogue, because you came to the table with a blueprint manifesto, and that is what you should start implementing. But for him to say, despite the fact that I have a blueprint, let me hold a national dialogue and bring ideas from different perspectives and ideologies to see how we can help grow Ghana, I think that is a laudable one, and that can help propel this economy to another level that we want. If you bring people who are even not sharing the same party affiliations with you, I think that is going to be good. And I hope that this time around, people from the opposing party will attend, because in 2014 or so, they refused to attend. And I'm hoping that they will be able to attend this time around to help the national conversation.
Okay. Doc, I'll come back to you, but Dr. Ojo is back on the line. Good morning, Doc, and a happy new year to you.
Many happy returns. It's good to hear from you.
It's good to hear from you too, sir. We are discussing the President John Dramani Mahama. Yesterday, he was sworn in to be president one more time. Let me take your initial thoughts from yesterday's swearing in ceremony, which many say was very well coordinated and organized.
Right. I think it was a beautiful ceremony. I mean, all the people expected to be there were there. The international community were represented. The Nigerian president happened to be a guest of honor, which was good because of our ties with Nigeria. The EU, the US, all the other countries were represented. Our political leaders, we saw that in 2020, the NDC chose not to be part of that, especially President Mahama himself was not there. But this time around, we had the losing contestant, Dr. Baumia, as well as the outgoing president, President Akufo-Addo, all being present. I liked the tone of the president's speech. He touched on the key thing. The first for me being setting a tone of reconciliation. I mean, we know partisanship can breed so much disunity, but he set a very good tone for national reconciliation, particularly between the MPP and the NDC, which I think was very, very good, and I was very happy with that. Beyond that, he touched on what is going to be his main focus in the short term. I mean, I identified the challenges ahead of the country and what he's going to do, the steps he's going to do. So by and large, I was very satisfied and happy as a Ghanaian that we have once again demonstrated how capable we are to sustain our democracy. So it is a good thing, and it's a plus for the country.
Okay. It is a plus for the country. President John Dramani Mahama has some things that he looks to achieving, things that he has been very vocal about as part of his 120-day social contract with the people of Ghana. He says, I was just asking Dr. Tepe the same question. He will have an economic dialogue with Ghanaians to be able to drive fiscal environment and all. I was asking that if he wants to have an economic dialogue, shouldn't it have been earlier than this, so that it would have set the tone even before he assumed presidency? Dr. Tepe has shared his thoughts on why this is a good time and calling on even the opposition party to be present to this. What do you think about this economic dialogue that he's looking at having in the 120 days? Shouldn't it have been even before assuming the presidency?
Oh, I don't think within the 120 days such a forum. Yeah, it could be held, but I don't think if it's being held later, it should be bad. First and foremost, we all have to accept that this is the only Ghana we have, and history has shown us that even in past 30 years or so, it's been the NDC, NPP that's been in government. We've failed to devise for ourselves a national agenda relative to our economy. So if President Mahama is going to do that, I mean, there was an attempt, the Senti Accord, to do something similar, which did not work because the then opposition, which is still now the current opposition, refused to participate. But if, based on the reconciliatory tone that he set at his inauguration, I believe it should be welcoming for the main opposition party, the MPP side, to also be active participants in any national economic dialogue. And I would also hope that it will not be solely political, that we're going to ask only the politicians to come. Yes, it's very important to have the politicians, but we need to engage civil society. And by civil society, I'm looking at organized labor, I'm looking at academia, I'm looking at think tanks and such institutions, individuals who are also well vexed in some of these things. If you enter the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Bank, and all those organizations, you will find so many Ghanaians who are working in some of these institutions and have got good intentions about the country. We should involve all such individuals. We should agree to some of these modalities, because the challenge we've had as a country is that, I mean, once there's a change of government, everything done by the previous government is thrown overboard. It seems sometimes some politicians also believe, yes, we went to war. They see elections as war. We went to war and we won. So all the spoils are ours. We are the only people with all the ideas. But if we can have a national dialogue, and out of this we can identify our national needs and national priorities, I believe it will be good for us, and we can fashion for ourselves an economic system that can be for the interest of the Ghanaians.
Dr. Joe, from your point of view as a governance expert, how significant is this re-election of John Dramani Mahama, and what does it signal for our political landscape? A precedent Ghanaians decided not to vote for at a point in time. He came again, you didn't vote for him. And another time, you decide that we want to give you the opportunity. You look at things through the lenses of governance. What really does this signify for us?
Well, first and foremost, I think in this country there are only two organized political parties. I mean, this is something a lot of friends I have been so-called smaller parties totally disagree with me. But if you look at our political system, it's the NDC MPP that are so well organized. But when it comes to, I mean, putting together political ideas, prostituting political ideas, organizing people, it's only these two parties. The rest of them they can come in with certain ideas, all right. And some of them I don't even trust. That I call them political entrepreneurs. They all are only in the political game for economic benefits. They know they will never win any election. Because if you look at them, I mean, here we have situations that individuals have even one seat as independent candidates. But we don't have any political party outside of the MPP NDC winning a parliamentary seat. It tells me they are not serious. So if you look at the fact that Ghanaians are becoming more savvy about what we expect, I've always said that we've not had the democratic dividends that we believe going into the democratic system, we're going to get some dividends. I mean, we're going to see a lot of improvements in our lives. But the Ghanaian wants to go by that route. So these two parties stand to benefit if perceived by Ghanaians that the party in power has failed. So by and large, one of the key things I think happens in this country, yes, you say NDC has won an election, but it's always incumbent governments which, for me, fail the people, for which reason they lose elections. So, I mean, if we were, maybe at another time we can discuss the trends in our elections. And you see that people lost miserably. And in as much as the NDC made some marginal gains, the MPP itself was thrown out by the people for various reasons. The minimum fact being that people are not satisfied with our economic situation. So going back to why President Mahama belongs to the other side of the coin. The two sides of the coin are the MPP NDC. The other side of the coin of the MPP is the NDC, which the President Mahama led. And they prosecuted a very effective campaign. They were able to tell their story. And based on the economic hardships that people were facing, it was obvious that President Mahama was going to be the obvious choice. So it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise based on the trend in the elections we just had.
Okay. Shouldn't come as so much of a surprise. John Dramani Mahama, indeed, he has his experience as being president before. So coming back again means that it is not a new terrain he will be charting. However, he's been out of the presidency game for a while now, at least 8 years. What will be some of the things he would need to do to reacquaint himself so that he hits the ground running? And then, because he himself says that this is not going to be a honeymoon period, he's going to work. So what should he be doing so that his path is like one that he has trodden over and over again?
There are quite a number of things we can talk about. For me, the whole question comes to giving Ghanaians good governance. And it is about coming up with policies that will favor Ghanaians. We shouldn't go back to the idea of Ghanaians going to always source for funds from abroad and awarding contracts to foreign institutions. It is about time we support our own. I have always said that COVID should have taught Ghanaians a big lesson that when push came to shove, it was Ghanaian business people who supported the Ghanaian economy during COVID. I mean, all these beverage makers shifted from the making of beverages and started doing sanitizers and all that to help us. When our borders were closed, we looked within ourselves to survive. So I don't get it when our government don't support Ghanaian businessmen. Look, I mean, I'm taking President Mahama as an example. If you remember this contractor from Burkina Faso, Kanazoy, he came to do the Eastern Corridor road. And that road didn't last for long. President Mahama was touting him as an example Ghanaian contractors should emulate. Evidence has shown that our Ghanaian business people are more than capable of doing what the Chinese, the Germans, and all these foreigners come to do in terms of road construction. All that we need to do is to give them their funds, pay them right, and let them come and do their work. Every building we have in this country, the stadia, the big jobs, if we give it to Ghanaian contractors, they can do it. So let us support our own first and foremost. Let us cut out corruption. It is killing us. So much of our public funds are going into a place for corruption. And our public procurement, we have all the rules, we have all the laws, but we circumvent all these things just to satisfy our own needs. So let us cut out corruption for our governance. Let us build Ghana for Ghanaians, and I think we should be good.
Okay. Dr. Tepe, let me come back to you on some policies that the president is looking at implementing. He says he will establish an accelerated export development council to promote export as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Is this a step in the right direction? Will this really transform our economy?
Yes, I think that to a large extent that will help. The reason is that, currently we have institutions managing our export, like Ghana Export Promotion Authority. But the challenge is that when you have an institution that is focused on a couple of things, and then you have a key aspect like export under them, sometimes the attention will not be productive. But when you separate it and it's on its own, then it means that there is something that you want to achieve specifically, and so you want to decouple it from the main sector or the institution. And so looking at Ghana, export development is one area that we need to take very seriously, especially because of the foreign exchange component, because one of the difficulties we have in this country is with our currency. And if you focus on export and is done very well, definitely it's going to bring in more foreign inflow, and as a result, it will help to support the currency. And so it is in the right direction. And I think that he has even appointed somebody, I think Busitano, who has been appointed to be in charge of a 24-hour economy, and then I think the export development as well. So it's in the right direction. That is because certain specific timeline achievement has to be, met. It is good that he has decided to separate it and then look at it from that perspective. So it's good.
Okay. Doc, I'll come back to you. Dr. Frederick Ojo, I'll ask you my final two questions so that we can allow you to do what you need to attend to. What are some key indicators that Ghanaians should be watching out for to assess the success of the Mahama-led administration and the new parliament we have also constituted? You have been very vocal about parliament. You said that the next majority must have a decisive majority. It has happened.
Yeah.
The NDC has its decisive, and then Alban Badben has been retained as the speaker. If we are assessing Mahama-led administration and assessing parliament, what will be the key indicators, myself as a Ghanaian, I should be watching out for?
First and foremost, I would want to see parliament as parliament, but not as an extension of the executive. One of the challenges we've had in this country is the framing of our constitution, which requires the president to appoint a majority of his ministers from parliament. And if we're going to have any constitutional review, I believe this is one of the key areas that I would wish we can have a thorough discussion and seek to amend. The Parliament has got a responsibility of serving as an oversight on the executive. However, where you have parliamentarians looking over to get appointments from the executive, they fail to exercise the key function they must do. But exercising the oversight function does not also mean they should bring governance to a halt, as we saw in the last parliament. There must be a lot of cooperation between parliament and the executive. But the executive must not muzzle the parliament. And parliament must not also obstruct government business, but they must seek to ensure the right thing is done at all times. So that's one of the key things I would expect of parliament, and perhaps I would expect of President Mahama, the possibility of a review. Reviewing our local government system to make it more responsive. Our government system as a whole has not been responsive to the needs of Ghanaians. It has always been responsive to political expedience of ruling government. And I think it has not helped us. That is why you see some disillusionment among the people. If we don't work on that, a time may come that there will be serious voter apathy in this country. People will just not turn out to vote. I've already talked about the challenge we have with corruption in this country. And it is phenomenal. We need to work at overcoming corruption at all levels in our politics. And we need also to begin to look at having political reforms in this country. How do we, as a country, resource our political parties? How do they raise funds and all that? Those are issues we have to begin to discuss and look for ways of resolving. Otherwise, we're going to go back to the same old problem that people will see politics is not doing anything for them, and they will not see the benefit we are getting. So we need our politics to be responsive. People have got real needs. We want roads, we want water, we want electricity, we want good health, we want good education. How are we going to respond to that? Those are the key things that I believe should engage the mind of our president.
Well,
and
Doc, please go on.
No, sorry. If there's a need, I can always come back.
Okay. I know I said that those were my last questions, but let me ask another one. Talking again about Parliament. This is a Parliament that during the issue about the vacant seats, the Speaker continually mentioned that Parliament is independent and that there should be no interference in there. To the NDC in Parliament to nominate Speaker as the Speaker for the 9th Parliament, doesn't this rather introduce interference into Parliament, so much so that now they feel beholden to their mother party and the presidency to be able to, or for want of a better word, to do the bidding of the executive?
So that is one of the key challenges of our system. I believe that there are back-channel communication that should have happened. We all know that every speaker we've had in this country, has been chosen by the president. Perhaps to the exception of what we had last time when MPP presented Professor Michael Quay and NDC presented Mr. Bagwin. But that was an aberration. Otherwise, every time the ruling party has had clear majority, absolute majority, it is the presidency that chooses who becomes the speaker. However, this is a convention, but it is not a rule that should come out that indeed, the president-elect has nominated or has asked the NDC caucus in Parliament to vote for such a person. It happens all the time, but it shouldn't have been publicized the way it was. So I think that was a challenge. Coming back to the question of independence of the of Parliament, you see, we may talk about the independence of Parliament, all right, but we shouldn't forget that the Parliament is made up of the biggest numbers in Parliament belong to political parties. And for which reason they themselves have to listen to what their political party says. And especially if your political party is the government, that it means, I mean, look at our political parties. Currently, the NDC, the leader of the NDC is President Mahama by their own rule. And the party controls their members in Parliament. So, in as much as we talk about independence of Parliament, we cannot also forget about influences that some other bodies may yield on Parliament. We cannot gloss over that. And it happens all over the world, in all democracies. So it is not as if Ghana has got a peculiar problem with Parliament being influenced by other bodies or other individuals outside of Parliament. So that shouldn't be a major challenge for our democracy, so to speak.
Right. We are grateful for your time.
Going forward, let me conclude briefly, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Going forward, for me, what I think should be clear to all our political actors is also to do with, when we talk about independence, it doesn't mean you are above the law. You are subject to what the law says, even with your independence. The president, who is considered to be the first gentleman or the first person of the land, is even subject to law. So let it be emphasized that Parliament is also subject to the laws and constitution of this country. And Parliament is not above the law. So in as much as we talk about independence, yes, you are as independent as the law allows you. So let us be clear about some of these things. And let nobody think that when we talk about independence, it means you are above the law. You are not above the law.
Okay. We are grateful for your time this morning, Dr. Frederick Odro.
You're welcome.
Since this government is just to begin, and I know that we'll be coming back for more conversations from time to time. Thank you for always giving us your time. So that's Dr. Frederick Odro. He is a governance expert. Let me go back to Dr. Peter Tepe. Doc, thank you for your patience and for sticking with us. Let me come back to President John Mahama and the things that he seeks to achieve during this tenure. How optimistic are you that indeed he will be able to he will succeed this second time around?
Well, thank you very much. In fact, we can only be certain when we start seeing his actions, because they said coming events cast their shadows. If you look at his interim focus areas, where he talks about economic restoration and stabilization, talks about business and investment, environment, governance, and then the constitutional reforms, and then accountability, and the fight for corruption, against corruption. These are critical areas that concern Ghanaians. And so this is like a summary of what, he wants to look at throughout his term. Now, for this thing to be put to action is what is the most important thing. And he indicated that he's going to shift from the usual rhetorics to a decisive action.
Okay.
What is important is for him to gather the political will to be able to do that. Because the kind of victory or endorsement that he has gotten in both Parliament and the presidency is something that can also turn Ghana into another complex situation if care is not taken. That is why his words in the inaugural speech, is very inspiring, that if it is put to action, it will help. The reason is that looking at the number of MPs he is having, there is nothing he wants to do that he cannot do. Also, it is also a fact that because of the numbers, individual parochial interest can be a standing block for him to get certain things done at his level. And so it requires a lot of engagement. And I'm sure maybe that's the reason why they have not chosen their leaders in parliament yet, because if we don't choose the right leaders in parliament, it will get to a situation where people will start looking at parochial interest, because it's like everybody wants to bite a bit of the national cake. And so because the numbers are huge, if you want to satisfy everybody who comes with his own parochial interest, personal interest, then there's going to be a challenge. And when that challenge comes, it's going to affect the interest of Ghana. And if you look at it, they even Speaker Bagbo indicated that another challenge he's going to have is the numbers that NDC is having. I mean, if you look at Parliament, how they were seated, it's like NPP has been just, wrapped and put in a certain corner. Few of them, and the whole place is full of NDC and the independent. And so it is very important that the MPs themselves look at the task ahead and rather put Ghana first to support the president, so that they will be able to achieve collectively all that they have said, because a lot has been said during the campaign, and there's little or less money to be able to roll out all that they have said. Okay. And so for you to do that, then you need to put in people in place who will help you.
Okay. Doc, I'll come back, but we also joined on the line by Wanda Kuto Esquire. He is a National Executive Committee member of the NDC. Wanda, you're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
We are having conversations about John Dramani Mahama and the success of his governance in the next 4 years, how he will be able to do all the things he says he will do. I was just asking Dr. Tetpe about how successful John Dramani Mahama's government can be, and Doctor has had a lot to say about it. This is another chance Ghanaians have given to John Mahama, His Excellency, to lead the nation again. As a NEC member of the NDC, what are you doing behind the president to ensure that by the end of his tenure, Ghanaians will be very satisfied with his presidency?
Right, thank you very much, and my greetings to our listeners, Doug, yourself, and your team.
Wanda, please speak up so we can hear you. We are finding it difficult to hear you a bit.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now clearly.
Yeah, I was just saying good morning to all of you.
Okay, good morning.
I listened to the later part of Doc's submission, very wonderful submission. I must say that at the time we were going through or approving the manifesto of the NDC, which is not a working document for the nation, for the republic, at the time we were approving the manifesto as national officers, we were clear in our mind that we needed that manifesto to reset Ghana. And I can assure you that everything in that manifesto will be implemented by this regime. I would say that the president will appoint the right people to the right areas. And that is the first step. That is the first step in making sure that you achieve your promise to the nation. So the appointments will be very key. Persons that go to which areas, which sectors are very, very, very important. And I can assure you that President Mahama will deliver. Now, beyond the social contract that President Mahama now, having assumed office yesterday, has with the people of Ghana, beyond the 120 days social contract that we said, the other things that will also follow as a medium and long-term plan for the nation. Yesterday, he made mention of economic recovery, stability, and all of that. It tells you the seriousness in which this government has taken over and the seriousness we attach to economic issues. If you look at the inflation rate now, exchange rate now, it tells you that this government's attention is really, really on the economy. Thank you.
Okay. The government's attention is really on the economy. He says that within the first 120 days, he's going to review some taxes so that it takes off the burden from the Ghanaian, especially the business person. And he says Ghana is ready for business. these taxes are also taxes that some experts have said that he should hasten slowly on removing, because where are you going to find the money to plug that shortfall if you take out the taxes? Is this something that President John Mahama should be slowing down on? It's just so that he could relook at it again.
That's why I said, when you are talking about promises or promises or contents of the manifesto, you must look at the promises as a whole. When we talked about cancelling taxes, we also talk about reducing wastage. We also talk about blocking corruption. Because once you are able, now, he's not going to go beyond 60 ministers. Automatically, there will be reduction in expenditure, government expenditure. When you block corruption, when you prevent wastage, what will happen is that there will be some surplus, there will be some income in the system. If you look at how much comes from bed stars, to find out, compared to the amount that was put into the National Cathedral. So that's what we are talking about, that you don't need taxes in order to raise revenue. Sometimes what you need to do is to block wastage, is to prevent corruption. So then I say, look at the manifesto as a whole. Now, I just want to say something briefly about issues about the transition and all of that. I just want to assure you that the President of the Republic is going to put in place a solid team to run this country. There's no cause for alarm. Of course, people are aware that the NPP government have acted in bad faith. They made some assurances during the transition. They did not comply with it. They just wanted to hand over and set a trap for things to mess up. And then people will start blaming the President Mahama administration. I can assure you that things are being put in place and that nothing untoward will happen in this country. Every Ghanaian will be happy. The change that we talk about, the reset that we talk about, is already on course. Thank you.
Well, since you brought in the previous administration, let me ask this. Yesterday in the news, one of the issues that came up was that the previous government, Nana Dunanko Akufo-Addo's government, had failed to procure some fuel, and that we were going to go into doom. So the former energy minister, has also come and debunked this assertion. Where are we getting all of these conversations from about doomsaw and that there's just fuel left for 5 hours of electricity?
It's not a matter of the former minister Krapa responding or denying. What are the facts? That's what we should be looking at. What are the facts? The facts are that we need fuel. We needed fuel, or we need fuel. And the outgoing government, at the time they were in government, they assured that NDC transitional members, the members on our side, on the transition team, they assured us that they were going to get money from Ministry of Finance and they were going to place the order. Because you know that if today we place the orders today, it will not arrive today. Even if it arrives today, you cannot process the fuel today. So they gave certain assurances, but you'll be surprised that they could not meet they could not honor their promise. However, they were able to transfer money on the last day, even on the 6th, the last day on the 6th, they sent huge sums to the presidency. That's what they did. Paying some contractors huge sums of money. But what was so important, such as ordering of fuel in order to keep the light on, they didn't do that. But I can assure you that we are not just going to complain, we are going to solve the problem. But we just wanted to put the facts out. That is the position of the government.
Okay.
The NPP knew definitely that we are going to start the 24-hour economy, and they know that we need power. So, mischief in this country, but we must live above partisanship. We must look at the interests of Ghanaians, whether they order the fuel or not. Power will be handed over to President Mahama, which happened yesterday. So they ought to have done the right thing. Yes, you have lost an election, but that's not the end of the world. You don't let the people of Ghana suffer Because even though you lost December 7, you still had the power up to 6th of January. So when you were giving assurance to the transitional team that you're going to pay for the fuel, you ought to have done that. They ought to have done that.
All right.
Everything cannot be about partisanship in this country. We must look at the interests of Ghanaians. As I end, my only appeal to all those who have been appointed and those who will be appointed is to serve in humility. We need to serve in humility, to know that when we get power, is to serve. It's not to use to lord over others. That is my appeal to our members of our party. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Wanda. Let me come back to you, Dr. Tepe. Doc, in the beginning of the conversation, the issue of 24-hour economy came up. And Gusi Tano is leading the charge for 24-hour economy. President John Mahama has also said yesterday in his inaugural speech that it will be hinged on agriculture, which many have welcomed as a good thing, because we realize that agriculture has been declining, has been on the decline for a while now. If 24-hour economy will indeed be a success and will benefit all Ghanaians, from a policy point of view, what really should they be doing?
Good. Congratulations to Wanda. This is Wanda, right?
Yes, Wanda Kutu.
For the victory that they have. Yes. In fact, the 24-hour economy is one policy that, when implemented very well, will transform Ghana greatly. The reason is that there are so many gaps in the system, such that when we get certain things right, we'll be able to see Ghana rising to a level that will shock the whole world in terms of our economic turnaround. And so it is a major policy, and I'm sure that the president is not going to take it for granted, because, it was the most visible and loud policy or message throughout the campaign, and it has resonated very well. In fact, when I sat down and looked at and I studied some of the things that will be done or what it will bring, it's very good. It's going to help almost every sector of the economy. Look, let me give you a typical example, for instance. Normally, if you want to go and do certain things, as somebody who is working, you have to ask permission from your boss. Let's say you want to go and renew your driver's license. You have to ask permission. Maybe you may go there, you may end up spending the whole day. And you may not even, and this is loss of productive hours. But assuming that you can close from work, and in the evening, after work, you can drive to the DVLA and renew your license, go through the process. That's very good. So definitely not every sector of the economy can run 24 hours, but I think the key sectors that will help or keep the economy running is very good. But this is a huge policy that will be capital intensive. A lot of resources and structures have to be put in place. And for me, the first thing that I want to say that government can start looking at it is to first light out the entire country. Look, you would imagine if you pass every corner and there's light, street light working everywhere. That alone is a signal that the 24-hour economy is coming to life. The reason is that we need the light to be on. We need the place to be light up so that people can move about. There are certain places in the evening you cannot drive through because their places are very dark. And even though we have street light there, they are just there, the lights are not on. So I think that the president can look at that aspect so that it will send a signal that something is really come to happen. And so if you look at the policy from its impact, it's going to help a lot. However, as I indicated, it requires deeper reflection to look at the infrastructure that has to be put in place to get it done. It cannot be rolled out en bloc. You should look at the various areas. And one of the areas that is also key is at the port. When you bring in your product or your import and you have to clear it at the port, for instance, you go through demurrage most of the time, not through the fault of yours. It may be as a result of delay in the systems. And also, they tell you that at 5 o'clock, the customs office, the people have closed. And then the exchange rate, we paying the duty is also change at a certain time. And so if you have a system running, the port running 24 hours, where people can still clear their goods, go through the process in this digitized economy, go through the process and clear their goods, it will reduce costs on the part of the importer. it will also bring in more people to be employed, and it will keep the economy running alive at all times. And so this is a very fantastic policy that I think that when rolled out very well, it will help. Again, my key concern, and that is one of the reasons why President Akufo-Addo did not succeed the way he wanted to. The reason is that you are going to work with human beings, you're going to work with people. And so the kind of people you work with is very, very important. President Akufo-Addo prioritized loyalty over solutions or problem solvers. So he put loyalists in front to manage the system and put the problem solvers behind. And that is the downfall. So I pray that His Excellency President Mahama, like Wanda indicated, that the president is really going to put the right people in place. He will not prioritize loyalists. Of course, there are some loyalists who are very good, but the focus should be on meritocracy. People who are loyal but are able to solve problems. Then they can be appointed based on merit. So that when you have the loyalists doing the work, and then when you have the problem solvers doing the work, and the loyalists stay behind, and then both of them will enjoy. But if you have the loyalists in front and they are not solving the problem, and the problem solvers are behind, at the end of the day, you all crash together. And I think the outcome of this election is a very strong signal that the Ghanaian is now very discerning, and that he will not just vote based on party colors or affiliation, but he will be voting based on issues. And I think that when you do that, it will help greatly.
Doc, before we let you go, is it really necessary that we have an advisor for 24-hour economy, an appointment for this? Because it has also raised concerns. George Omadi Mahama says he's going to run a lean government, and already he will need to have regional ministers amongst other ministers. Is this position of an advisor, an appointment for someone to lead this 24-hour economy, is it really necessary?
If anybody says that it's not necessary, then maybe that person doesn't want President Mahama to succeed. The reason is that this is a major policy that the government, the president campaigned on. The same thing like the 3 SHS, a whole secretariat was set up for it. Because this is a major policy. And so you need to decouple it and get somebody to be focused, a team to be focused on it, to roll it out. And so if anybody is saying that is it necessary, of course, this is the pivot within which the campaign message was focused on. And you cannot just let it go. If he has not appointed anybody to, people will talk about it that this major policy, there's nobody even in charge of it. So for me, I think that it is good that he has even done that earlier for us to know that he is indeed, very serious about it, and that it is not just rhetoric like he indicated, but it's going to be action as usual. And I'm hoping that Visitano and his team will play a very good role for us to see. Because at the end of the day, it's Ghana that we want. You and I what we want is the economy running, so that when you go and you come, you have money that you can use it to, at least you can have a disposable income that will enable you to indeed spend, meaningfully. And so that is what we are looking for, a Ghana that can make an environment very conducive for people to work and people to make money, so people to stay as well. And so it's very good.
Okay. Doc, please don't leave us. Let me take Wanda's thoughts and then I'll come back for your final words on our conversation. Wanda, an advisor to the president on 24-hour economy. How sure is the NDC that by the time your 4-year mandate is over, Ghanaians will be grateful that you implemented a 24-hour economy? Hello, Wanda. Hello. Okay, we have lost Wanda. Then, Doc, let me come back to you. Our conversation about the president. He's been sworn in. He's starting his term. 120 days to achieve certain goals, and then on a long term, 4 years. What will be some 3 words or pieces of advice you will give him as he begins his time? Wait, Doc, we have Wanda back on. Let me take his thoughts and then I'll come back with you and you wrap it up for us. Hello, Wanda. Yes, 24-hour economy. You have the president has appointed Gusi Tano as the presidential advisor on this policy. How would you tell Ghanaians? What are you telling Ghanaians on this appointment? Is it really necessary that your party appoints an advisor for this policy?
Oh, why not? I mean, 24-hour economy was a major campaign promise. And you remember when we made a promise, I mean, some people were making laughter out of it. They said, oh, you can't do it, this, that. So it was a major campaign from everybody in this country. Everybody in this country. If you ask them NDC policies or campaign promises, they will tell you that National Women's Bank, 24-hour economy. I mean, you cannot talk about a promise without 24-hour economy. So if an advisor has been appointed, I'm not sure it's out of place. No, it's not out of place. Particularly so when we are running a very lean government. And President Mahama will stick to his words. He will not go beyond 16 ministers. So there's nothing wrong. Thank you.
Pieces of advice you would give to President Mahama as he has hit the ground. He's sworn into government. 4 years' time, he will bring his mandate to a close. But ahead of him, he has 120 days to do some 26 things. How would you advise him as he assumes this role?
Yeah, I must say that my only advice to our president is that
Wanda,
we should go. Hello?
Yes, please go on. I'll take Doc's submission, but please finish.
Yes. My only advice is that as we've approved the manifesto and Ghanaians have endorsed it, it's not the working document. The president should just ensure that all promises is implemented. And like I said at the beginning, we should appoint key people or the right people to the right areas. It's very important. It's very important, and I have no doubt that President Mahama will do just that.
Okay.
I have no doubt. And all our promises have to be fulfilled. We cannot fail. When we fail, the Fourth Republic might be over, because the Ghanaians are fast losing hope in politicians in general. So we must work hard for Ghanaians to believe in the Fourth Republic, for Ghanaians to trust politicians. You see the massive victory they gave us. If you fail, they will not trust any politicians again.
All right. Thank you, Wanda.
That is my advice. Thank you. Please have a nice day.
Okay. Dr. Tepe. Yes. Hello, Dr. Tepe. Hello, sir. Okay. We have lost Dr. Tepe. Wanted to pick his advice for the president, but in subsequent conversations, when we reach him again, we will take that from him. We've had conversations with Dr. Peter Tepe, who is a policy analyst. We also spoke earlier with Dr. Frederick Ojo, a governance expert, and then with Wanda Kuto Esquire. He is part of the NDC's National Executive Committee on the swearing-in of John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, and what he will be doing in this 4-year mandate he's been given, especially in the first 120 days. That's all for our main discussion today. We'll take a break and we will be back with Politics Today. Politics today, we are assessing the impact and experiences of deputy speakers in the 9th Parliament. Know that we have a new parliament now, and it's the 9th Parliament. Ghana's 9th Parliament ushered in a fresh chapter of leadership with the election of Bernard Ahiafo and Andrew Amoakwesiama as its first and second deputy speakers respectively, following the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, reinforcing a leadership team that blends party allegiance with independent influence. Bernard Ahiafo's nomination was made by Governors Kwame Agbuja, MP for Adaklu, and seconded by Deputy Minority Leader Patricia Appiah-Jay, with no opposing nominations. Speaker of Parliament Alban Badwin declared Ahiafo duly elected, reflecting his growing influence within Ghana's political landscape. Let's take a look at Bernard Ahiafo. Let's give you his profile. He is the first Deputy Speaker of Ghana's 9th Parliament. His political career began in 2012 when he won a by-election to represent the Akachi South constituency after Edward Doa Jaho vacated the seat to become Speaker of Parliament, running on the ticket of the NDC, the National Democratic Congress. Ahiafo secured 12,079 votes to clinch the victory, and since then he has consistently retained his seat, strengthening his reputation as a reliable and influential figure within the NDC. In the 2016 general elections, Ahiafo secured 16,916 votes, making 53.34% of the votes, defeating multiple contenders. His dominance continued in the 2020 elections, where he won a landslide victory with 31,624 votes, representing a whooping 83.71% of the total ballots cast. His closest rival, Leo Nelson Ajidoga of the New Patriotic Party, showed significantly with 5,550 votes, which approximated some 14.69% of the total ballot cast. Bernard Ahiafo was born on February 6, 1973 in Atijive, and Ahiafo holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Ghana, and he pursued his O-level education at the Abor Senior High School. His rise to first deputy speaker enhances the NDC's influence in parliament and positions him as a crucial player in shaping legislative policies. He is the first deputy speaker of parliament. It means that if Speaker Alban Badben is not around, he assumes the role of speaker. And the second deputy speaker in parliament, the Parliament of Ghana, Nine Parliament, has maintained Andrew Amoakwesiama as the second deputy speaker of parliament. We'll be bringing you some visual of parliament so that you see what transpired on the night when they were acclaimed in parliament. Andrew Amoakwesiama, who is the MP for Fomena, retains his role as the second deputy speaker, further solidified his unique position as the only independent parliamentarian to hold such a prestigious role. His nomination was presented by Frank Anodompre, the MP for Nswam Adu-Ejiri, and seconded by Tamale South MP Haruna Idrisu. Andrew Amoakwesiama's unopposed election reflects the respect and trust he commands across the political divide. He was born on February 24, 1966 in Riosua Danse in the Ashanti region. Amoakwesiama's educational background is extensive. He holds an MSc in Environmental Resources Management, an MA in Conflict Resolution, and an LLB from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the KNUST. He is a qualified lawyer and previously practiced at the Menka Premo and Co. and held key positions at the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. Amoakwesiama's first entry into parliament was in 2016 on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, the NPP, winning 72.7% of the votes in the Fomena constituency. However, discontent with the party processes led him to contest the 2020 elections as an independent candidate, a move that saw him expelled from the NPP. Despite this, he won the elections in 2012 with 12,805 votes, outperforming his closest opponent, Philip Ofori Asante of the NPP, who secured 10,798 votes. His role as an independent MP became pivotal after the 2024 elections, as neither the NPP nor the NDC held a clear majority in parliament. Isiama's influence was further cemented when he was elected second, a historic appointment for an independent MP. Despite parting ways with the NPP, Isiama has expressed a willingness to reconcile with the party, and discussions regarding his potential return remain ongoing. His position as second deputy speaker places him as the heart of parliamentary affairs, contributing to legislative balance and promoting impartiality. While these appointments paint a picture of a parliament poised to embrace diversity, collaboration, and consensus building, it also raises questions about the chamber's disposition in an era where political alliances and independence must coexist for effective governance. However, the true test lies ahead as these leaders navigate a polarized political landscape. Will this blend of leadership foster unity or amplify existing divisions? These are questions that this new parliament raise, and we will see how this parliament will fare. Many people believe that this parliament indeed will be very unique and will end up creating a very strong parliament. Others also believe that with a very overwhelming majority in parliament, if we do not take care, this parliament may rather disintegrate to a certain extent. But all eyes are on the 9th parliament, the way eyes were on the 8th parliament. The 8th parliament coming with its own tendencies and ending with its own uniqueness. They say that the 9th parliament will also be very interesting. Will it indeed be an interesting parliament? You as a Ghanaian, how are you expecting this parliament to fare? Do you think that this parliament will be better than the 8th parliament? Do you believe that this parliament will be able to advance the cause of the ordinary Ghanaian more than other parliaments have done? Because the parliament is the people's house. We have elected persons to go to parliament and to represent us, represent our interests as the good people of Ghana. Will this parliament be able to indeed represent the interests? With these deputy speakers of parliament, Andrew Esiama has served as a deputy before, so at least he has a certain track record. And here, for coming in as a first deputy, many have touted his intelligence and his prowess, and know that he will be able to add more to parliament. He and Esiama as deputy speakers will very much complement the Speaker of Parliament. Will it indeed be as those who are touting their excellence say it will be? Or this parliament will have ended with us being disappointed with it? Well, we are all looking forward to that. And I know many Ghanaians are rooting for the parliament. A very unique parliament, with the NDC having quite a super majority and the NPP in the minority this time with only about 88 members. How is this parliament going to fare? The NPP have said that they are going to be a responsible minority, a minority that will hold the majority to what they are expected to do. And the NDC have also said that as a majority with an overwhelming number, they are not going to abuse their majority status. Will this be? Will we see a minority and a majority that will continue to advance the progress of the Ghanaian people? Will they really advance the progress of the Ghanaian people? Will they work hand in hand with the various arm of government so that we will really enjoy the work that they will do in parliament? We are doing our best to establish contact with. Okay, so we have Clement Akolo, who is a communications officer at the Parliamentary Network Africa. He is not new to our conversations here, especially when it comes to parliamentary matters. Clement, good morning. We are grateful for your time today too.
Good morning.
Clement, the last time we spoke with you, this parliament had not been constituted. Now it has been constituted. Speaker Ben is back as the Speaker of the Parliament. The only change we are seeing is the change of the first Deputy Speaker, who is now Bernard Ahiafo. Andrew Esiama continues.
I'm interview.
Pardon? Hello, Clement, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So now we have Bernard Ahiafo as the first deputy. Andrew Esiama continues as second deputy. Speaker Badwin is still the Speaker of Parliament. What are your initial reactions to this new composition of the top leadership of Parliament?
All right, thank you very much. I think that what we've been waiting for has now been established. Now the new 8th Parliament has been inaugurated, and the old 8th Parliament is gone. Now we have a new Parliament to deal with. And I heard you trying to look at how the 9th Parliament is going to look like, and with all the things that we have experienced in the 8th Parliament and the new people that have been elected or selected to be at the leadership level. And we think that if we will have a good or a best parliament going forward, it will depend on how those people who have been put in leadership position would take up their leadership mantle, and knowing very well what we represent in the sub-region as parliamentary democracy, and the hope of democracy for Africa. If anything is to be taken away from the pomp and pageantry that's meted or that met the, how do you call it, the inauguration of the president yesterday, where we had a lot of presidents from across Africa gracing the occasion and wanting to be part of the whole celebration. You can see that Ghana holds a very, very relevant position in the sub-region when it comes to some of these things. So going forward, the posture and the way the leadership of Parliament will take their work is going to define the 9th Parliament that we have just entered. Okay. And to talk about a few of the people that you have mentioned, like Honorable Andrew Isiama, Honorable Ahiafo, and then the Speaker himself, that is Honorable Abansumana Bagbin. These are people who have garnered some experience. So when I start from Honorable Bagbin, we all know about him, what he has done in his life and as a lawyer as well. And then we have just seen what he did with the 8th Parliament. So we have no doubt in our mind that he is the best person fit for that particular position to carry us to the next level of our parliamentary democracy. Then you come to the first Deputy Speaker, who is Honorable Ahiafo, who is coming to the speakership as a new person in the speakership position, but it's not a new person to the parliamentary procedures and all that. Honorable Ahiafo is also a lawyer, an astute lawyer, and right from his stepping into the shoes of Honorable Do Ajaho, he made his presence felt in Parliament, actually going straight into the core of what Parliament is supposed to do. He was very, very interested in how the laws are made, and therefore schooled himself in the procedure, how the procedures work. And he's one of the few people when it comes to consideration stage of bills and all that, make tremendous contribution to bills. So even though he has not been at the speakership arena before, we believe that what he has shown, the skills he has, and the experience he has garnered in these few years, he is more than capable to handle that particular position very well. And with his demeanor as well, we believe that he will be able to handle that particular position very well. And when it comes to Honorable Andrew Isiama, we know that, yes, it was the first time he was doing it that we felt that when he was beginning, he was a bit jittery from the beginning. But as time went on, with few coaches here and there, he picked up. And most of the time when Mr. Speaker was not around, he was able to handle the House to perfection. Sometimes we felt that the jovial nature or his demeanor sometimes made the people in the House not to take matters a bit serious during his tenure. but we think that he has grown into the position, and getting another opportunity to do it again, we feel that Ghana is in a good position with these three gentlemen who are going to lead the speakership position to take the parliament to the next level.
Okay. Andrew Siama, as an independent parliamentarian, how does his role as second deputy also reflect on parliament as a place of inclusivity?
You would want to come with that question again, the last question.
How does Andrew Siama's role as deputy speaker and as someone who came as an independent candidate, how does it reflect on the parliament's being inclusive in allowing everyone, regardless, to be able to hold a position?
Okay, so in the 8th Parliament, when he became the independent member who was chosen to be the speaker, the second deputy speaker, I should say that if they had another opportunity, then maybe they would have chosen someone else, because NDC was actually looking at doing something else, but because the Constitution actually indicates that no two speakers should come from the same, the two deputy speakers should not come from the same group or the same caucus or the same party. So there was no choice than to actually bring in somebody who is not. And obviously that person will be the independent person. If they had a third political party who had registered themselves in parliament, then maybe that political party member would have qualified for that. So it also gave a picture that, or actually it was a constitutional thing that was built to involve basically everybody who makes presence in parliament. That is, I'm talking about the groups, the various groups who make presence in parliament, to be included in the decision-making process. So we can take that description of inclusiveness in the decision that was made to have the independent member being part of the leadership arrangement. But we all know that the background of Andrew Isiama is from the NPP side. And we now see that he's gone back to his roots. So he's coming to the deputy speakership position now as what? An MPP member. But then again, if they had the opportunity, like the NDC had another opportunity, maybe they would want to use other people instead of an MPP member. Basically because of some precedents that have happened before, because prior to their nomination and all that, because we work in the back rooms as well, we heard a lot of things that they were saying, a lot of permutations and all that, that they were not going to allow Andrew Isiama, who has now metamorphosed from an independent candidate to a substantive NPP member, to occupy that position. But when they looked around, they realized that there was no option, because the independent candidates, the independent members of parliament that have come in, I mean, were novices. They didn't know anything about the procedures and all that. And if you make them deputy speakers, basically you're going to give yourself a lot of work. And Mr. Speaker is not a young man anymore. And when he is not there, he would want to, I mean, leave the work for some good pair of hands. So if you deny the NPP member who has been trained for the job because of political expediency, you'll be shooting yourself in the foot going forward. And also at the same time, you realize that doing business with a minority will also have some friction for you. So why not to go for what makes sense and reasonability, and also gives a picture of inclusiveness. So we think that the people who have been aligned to lead the speakership position of the ninth parliament, I think are apt, and posterity will judge them for what they will do at the end of the 4 years. And we are all going to be witnesses of what they will churn out for all of us at the end of it all.
Since Parliament just constituted and then they will be having their various sittings, we are all very interested in how things will be playing out, and so we know that we'll be coming back for more conversations with you as you keep your eyes glued to Parliament all the time. Thank you for your time this morning.
I'm very grateful. Thanks for having me.
Clement Akola is Communications Officer for Parliamentary Network Africa. We normally have conversations with him when it comes to parliamentary matters. And this time, 9th Parliament, Speaker Alban Badmin from the 8th Parliament is still Speaker in the 9th Parliament. Second Deputy Speaker Andrew Amakwesiama is still Second Deputy Speaker, but the First Deputy Speaker post is now filled by Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. He is taking up that role, and we will see how Parliament will pan out this time around with the NDC having such a huge majority. The NDC a little under 90, and the NPP a little under 90, and then some independent candidates who have also joined. We'll see how everything goes, and that's how we wrap up the show today. But before we go, we want to send a very big happy birthday wish to Dr. Tanko Rashid Computer, the Deputy Director for Elections and IT at the NDC. Dr. Tanko, we say a big happy birthday to you. We are grateful that every time we have called you to have conversations here on ABC News GH, on ABC in the morning, you always pick our calls and you're always receptive to us. We are grateful for your time, and we wish you nothing but the best as you celebrate a milestone. We hope that the birthday brings you a lot of blessings and brings you so much prosperity. From all of us here at ABC in the Morning team, the ABC in the Morning team, and all of us in the newsroom, we say a happy birthday to you, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer. That's how we end ABC in the Morning today, the day after the swearing in of the President and the Vice President. Like we started the show, I told you, looking at our new Vice President, the first female Vice President. I want to remind you that everything is within your reach. Continue to work hard towards your goals and believe in yourself. Know that you will achieve it. Don't put yourself in a position where anything you are given is tokenism. No. Work hard so that when you receive something, everybody can say that indeed you really merited that thing you have been given. So we are rooting for you that you achieve all of your goals. We hope that the rest of your day is a beautiful one. Enjoy the rest of your day. For more news, visit our website www.abcnewsgh.com. We also stream live on our YouTube channel. The channel is ABC News GH, and our socials, get interactive with us there at ABC News GH _. If you want to come on ABC News GH to advertise, to talk about what you're doing, call us on our number 0539161609. The TV station is a good TV station to bring your product, to bring your service, to talk about your wares, and our doors are open to receive you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the production team for putting together this production. Thank you to our guests who spoke with us. We are most grateful that you always take time out of your busy schedules to speak with us. I am Abna Mante. Enjoy the rest of your day.